Are we all ready? Good evening, everybody. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and the Gabrielino Kij peoples. At this time, I'll call the meeting to order. This is a meeting of the West Hollywood Planning Commission. Tonight is Thursday, May 7th, 2026, and it's about 6:31 p.m. I am calling the meeting to order. At this time, I'd like to invite anyone who is able to stand and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Gillig, could we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, and good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, Vice Chair Jones is absent, so the voting records will reflect that. Commissioner Solomon. Here. Commissioner Hoopengarter.
Here.
Commissioner Harris.
Here.
Commissioner Edwards.
Here.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Here.
Chair Gregoire.
Here.
And we have a 6-member quorum tonight.
Next item is approval of the agenda. If there are no changes to the agenda, anyone like to make a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Let's go to the vote.
I have Commissioner Hoopengarter making the motion, seconded by Commissioner Edwards. And the motion passes with 6 ayes, approving the agenda as presented for Thursday, May 7th, 2026.
Thank you. Next up, approval of the minutes. We have 2 sets of draft verbatim minutes before us, and we will need to approve each of those in turn. The first one is the draft verbatim minutes from March 5th, 2026. Are there any proposed changes? If not, someone like to make a motion?
So move to adopt the minutes of March 5th, 2026.
Moved by Commissioner Edwards, seconded by Commissioner Carvalero. And the motion passes with 6 ayes, noting Vice Chair Jones as absent, approving the minutes for March 5th, 2026 as presented.
We have draft minutes before us, draft verbatim minutes for the meeting of March 19th, 2026. Are there any proposed changes? If not, do we have a motion?
So move that we adopt the draft verbatim minutes of March 19th, 2026.
Moved by Commissioner Edwards, seconded by Commissioner Carvalero. And the motion passes with 6 ayes, noting Vice Chair Jones is absent on this vote, approving the minutes of March 19th, 2026 as presented.
Next up is general public comment. This time, limited to a maximum of 20 minutes, has been set aside for the public to address the Planning Commission on any item that is not set for public hearing or any item that is not on tonight's agenda. In accordance with the Brown Act, public comment relating to business not appearing on the agenda cannot be acted upon or discussed by the Commission during the meeting, but may be referred to staff for report on a future agenda, ordered, received, and filed, or referred to the proper department for administrative resolution. Staff requests that all persons wishing to address the Commission please scan the QR code located in the rear of Council chambers or see the Commission Secretary prior to speaking. The Commission requests that when you begin speaking, please state your name and the name of the city where you reside. Individuals may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. Mr. Gillig, do we have general public comment?
We do, Chair. Our first public speaker will be Robert Steloff. Robert, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Robert Steloff, longtime resident, business owner of Tri-West neighborhood in West Hollywood. Tonight, you're going to be hearing about item 9A regarding a Benjamin Soleimani and Partners 833 Westbourne Drive project. It's a builder's remedy project, and it sets forth a very, very important precedent and procedure on how we collectively all move forward on what I consider, and hopefully you do as well, punitive nature of builder's remedy projects in the city. This is the first of 5 builder's remedy projects slated for our immediate area. Our Tri-West neighborhood is a red flag alert, harbinger of danger modeling for any future projects. I hope everyone's conscience is clear and respectful to this process of remaining unbiased and what is best for that which has been set forth in years prior. That being said, I hope everyone can completely understand where I stand on this. Without an enacted ordinance for objective design standards, the city is essentially inviting developers to ignore our neighborhood's identity in favor of monolithic stacked shoeboxes. A shoebox, indeed it is. Staff often parrots that developing these standards takes years, and we reject that. The DNA for these standards already exists in our city archives. A decade ago, the city spent hundreds of hours with residents to create the West Hollywood West and Norma Triangle design guidelines. We already have the metrics for facade articulation known as a 30% rule. Additionally, we also have the studied metrics for side yard setbacks to protect light and air, which clearly do not matter in the BR punishment. And let's not repeat or rehash how we got here. We are here. We already have the standards for streamlined modern flourishes that respect the architectural heritage. The request, please use SB2 grant for action, not just study. The city received the SB2 grant funding in 2019 specifically to harden these guidelines into objective standards. There was a distinct process as to how and why these guidelines were created. While projects like 833 move at builder's remedy light speed, our policymaking is moving at a snail's pace. We urge the Commission to direct staff to immediately codify the existing West Hollywood West and Norma Triangle metrics into an emergency ordinance. If we don't have a measurable, enforceable code on the books, the next 4 projects will look exactly like this rectilinear monolith we are facing this evening. We are opposed to tonight. We do not need more voluntary memos from developers. We need you guys to enact the law. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next and final speaker will be David Eckert.
Good evening, Commission members. I'm David Eckert, a former West Hollywood resident. Unfortunately, I had to move out because West Hollywood became unaffordable with rents. So I now live at Gardner and Sunset, which is $1,000 cheaper per month with the same square footage. So just to give you a sort of a reference of where West Hollywood falls. When I moved to Los Angeles, I always envisioned moving here because I did not want to live in New York with limited views of the sky and such. And I've always said that Los Angeles is a city about horizontal movement and New York is about vertical movement. And I'm concerned as we move forward with SB 79 that we're losing the sensibility of why many of us moved here for the amount of green space we would like to have and enjoyment of what others in other cities can't. Density doesn't really make me happy. I think there are other ways to do it other than building up. Again, we don't talk about the infrastructure of our streets and the lack of green space that we already are facing. None of these developments bring any of those conditions of quality of life to us. And then finally, I just would like to say that, you know, I've watched this commission many a times, and you guys get knocked down for hypothetical situations, but then yet we talk about the subway that's coming in 2040 as a condition that, hey, let's approve a project. I think if we're going to go with the hypotheticals and say that we can't do them, then we have to stop saying, well, down in the future, this is coming. Let's push projects through that meet the conditions that we face now. I'm tired of that. Our streets, are being, systematically shrunken. I don't understand how the density is going to work. So I just hope that we consider the real conditions that we're facing right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Chair, we have one more public speaker, Anita Goswami.
Hi there. Oops. Anita Goswami. I am a longtime resident of the city of West Hollywood. A couple of things that I just want to speak extemporaneously about. Number one, there was an excellent session, a study session on inclusionary housing a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you attended or watched that, and it was really interesting to be here and in the room about it. The interesting things about it are that it was focused on the study from UCLA. It was focused on figuring out how to make the numbers pencil out for developers for multifamily housing, and especially I remember some of the quotes of how the R zones are really the target-rich zones, the areas where multifamily housing would pencil out for developers. So it was interesting. It did not include some of the other studies, and I ask that the Commission maybe consider looking at Solchan, looking at some of the other reports, and looking at the Federal Reserve Bank study that was done in February, which from San Francisco, which looks at not the need for housing, but the need for jobs, and the fact that it is not the supply of housing which affects a community thriving, but the jobs. It's the economy. So I just want to stress that, bring that to your attention, and just really reiterate. It doesn't matter how many apartments are out there. It doesn't matter how much housing is built. If people here don't have jobs, then they can't afford them. And so this is something where we really need to be looking at a broader picture of that. Number two, and this is just in general, I've heard from this commission several times, our hands are tied. I've seen that, I've heard that from the council, our hands are tied. I strongly ask the commission to really be thinking about, where are your hands not tied? As Robert Starloff just said, for example, the design standards, there are objective standards. There's activities and actions that the city can actually take, that the commission can take, that would really help everyone if we focused on those things more than just doing our hands are tied. Let's focus on what we can do. I've been here before speaking of really making development agreements more clear, more accountable. There's things like that that the commission can do that would really help. I ask that you do that. The third thing is, can we get a calendar of all of the zoning text amendments that are in progress or being drafted? Because that would be really helpful for us all to know and for us all to plan. So then if we know that, then we could put our comment together more effectively. We could work more effectively on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Chair, that is our last public speaker for general public comment.
Great. Thank you all for your public comment. We appreciate you being here and speaking up. Next item is Director's Report. Director Marisic.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Nick Marisic, Director of Community Development. Since the Commission did not meet last month, I wanted to recap some items from the April City Council meetings. Back on April 6th, the City Council heard an appeal of the bond project at 7811 Santa Monica Boulevard, which was approved by this body back on February 5th, and the Council took action to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of that project. At that meeting, the Council also approved an item from Councilmember Meister giving direction to staff to require applicants for development agreements and project-based specific plans to submit supplemental information as part of their application, which would include company background and organizational information, relevant experience with similar projects, history of prior work or projects with the city and other jurisdictions, And the council also directed staff to develop and implement a standardized process and materials to communicate these requirements and apply them to applications starting in January of next year. So I wanted to share that. So we'll be working to implement the direction from the council. At their April 20th meeting, the council held a public hearing and approved the proposed Sunset Arts and Advertising Project 9039 Sunset Boulevard, also known as the Stand, which is consistent with the staff's recommendation and the recommendation of this body. And prior to that council meeting, the council did convene for a special study session, as I heard referenced in a public comment, on the topic of updating the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, which is part of the implementation of the city's adopted housing element. Research and analysis on this topic was presented to the Planning Commission back in October of last year, and then to the council in November, which is when the council requested to continue discussion at a study session at a future date. So on April 20th, the study session, the council received presentations and discussed the inclusionary housing program and potential updates. They provided direction for staff to return with a refined zone text amendment, including the staff recommended option D, which you may recall was also discussed with this body, as a framework for the baseline for larger projects, additional analysis for staff to conduct of small project requirements, including topics like in lieu fees and on-site construction requirements, and overall potential zoning-based variations, development pipeline conditions, peer city comparisons, and related implementation measures. So this item will be coming back to the Planning Commission at a future date for your consideration. That concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your report. Any questions for the director? Hearing none, thank you. We don't have any consent calendar items. Tonight we have two public hearings. The first one tonight will be a public hearing on a project subject to the Housing Accountability Act. It involves the property at 833 Westbourne Drive. The Planning Commission will now hold a public hearing to consider a request to demolish all structures on the site and construct a new 6-story, 25-unit apartment building with 4 affordable housing units for the property located at 833 Westbourne Drive, West Hollywood. First, we're going to have disclosures from commissioners on public conversations. Then we'll have a staff report. Then we'll have a design review update. And then commission questions of staff. And then the applicant will have an opportunity to make a 10-minute presentation. Then we'll open the floor to public comments. And then the applicant will have a 5-minute rebuttal. Then we'll move on to commission deliberation. With that, are there any disclosures of public conversations involving this matter?
I have a disclosure. I don't know if this counts. I haven't talked to anyone about the project now, but before I was on the Planning Commission, I attended the first neighborhood meeting for this back in 2024 as a Zoom and asked a couple of innocuous questions. I disclosed to the city attorney. No conflict.
Great. Anything else? Hearing none, let's have a staff report.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. The item before you this evening is a request to demolish all existing structures on the property at 833 Westbourne Drive in order to construct a new 6-story, 25-unit multifamily residential building.
Please speak a little closer into the mic.
The project includes 4 on-site affordable housing units and 6 ground-level parking spaces. The site is located on the west side of Westbourne Drive, south of Santa Monica Boulevard, in the R3A residential multifamily medium-density zoning district. This project is atypical, and staff recognizes that it may raise concerns, particularly because it relies on multiple state housing laws, a substantial number of waivers, and the fact that it is the city's first builder's remedy project. Staff's recommendation is based on the legal framework that applies to this specific project, including the Housing Accountability Act, builder's remedy provisions, state density bonus law, AB 2097, AB 1893, and the recent AB 130 CEQA exemption. The city's discretion in reviewing this project is limited by these state laws. Those laws in effect, what standards the city may apply, what information the city may require, what findings would be needed to deny or reduce the project, and the deadline by which the city must act. The project originated during the period when the city's housing element was not in substantial compliance with the state housing element law. A preliminary housing application was submitted on March 3rd, 2023, when the city did not yet have a certified housing element. Because of that timing, the project vested under the builder's remedy provisions of the Housing Accountability Act. The initial preliminary application proposed a 7-story, 30-unit project. A subsequent submittal proposed an 8-story, 35-unit project with subterranean parking. In October 2025, the applicant submitted a revised proposal reducing the project to 6 stories, 25 units, and 6 ground-level parking spaces. Consistent with City Council direction, staff engaged the applicant in discussions to explore potential project modifications, including a reduced development project that would better align with the city's adopted goals and development objectives. In response, the applicant reduced the building height from 8 stories to 6 stories and reduced the unit count from 35 units to 25 units, but otherwise elected to proceed with the project as currently proposed. The project before the Commission tonight reflects that reduced proposal, with 4 affordable units included to address the city's inclusionary housing requirement, the Housing Act replacement housing requirement, and the applicable builder's remedy affordability requirements. Because this project is vested during the city's prior housing element compliance period, it should not be viewed as a typical project or as a precedent for future projects. The project is proceeding under a specific legal posture based on the timing of the preliminary application and the state laws applicable to builder's remedy projects. Builder's remedy is part of the Housing Accountability Act. In general terms, it limits a city's ability to deny certain qualifying housing projects based on inconsistency with the general plan or zoning, when the project was submitted during a time when the city's housing element was not in substantial compliance with state law. The Housing Accountability Act also limits a city's ability to deny a qualifying housing development project or approve it at a lower density. To deny or reduce the density of the project, the city would need to make specific written findings supported by evidence in the record that the project would create specific adverse impact to public health or safety, and that there is no feasible way to mitigate or avoid that impact other than denial or reduced density. The Act defines a specific adverse impact as one that is significant, quantifiable, direct, unavoidable, and based on objective public health or safety standards. Importantly, the Housing Accountability Act also states that inconsistency with zoning standards, such as height, setbacks, parking, or similar development standards, does not by itself constitute a specific adverse public health or safety impact. Staff recognize that the project includes substantial deviations from local development standards. However, those deviations are being requested under state density bonus law and the builder's remedy provisions. Based on the record, staff has not identified evidence of an unmitigable public health or safety impact, an impact to a listed historic resource, or a conflict with state or federal law that would allow the city to deny the project, the requested concessions, or the requested waivers. The project site is approximately 0.153 acres. Under the city's R3A zoning standards alone, the site would allow 6 units. However, because this is a builder's remedy project, the applicable density calculation is different. The general plan designation allows 36 dwelling units per acre. Under the builder's remedy provisions, that density is multiplied by 3, resulting in 108 dwelling units per acre. Because the project is also located within half a mile of a major transit stop, the builder's remedy component allows an additional 35 dwelling units per acre, which brings the total to 143 dwelling units per acre. When applied to this site, 143 dwelling units per acre multiplied by the site size equals 22 base units. The project provides 4 affordable units. 3 of those 4 units are lower income units and satisfy the builder's remedy affordability requirement for lower income units. The affordable units also qualify the project for a density bonus. Applying that density bonus to the 22 base units results in 28 units. The project proposes 25 units, which is below the maximum 28 units that would be allowed under the builder's remedy and state density law calculation. The 4 affordable units consist of 2 very low 1-bedroom units, 1 low-income 2-bedroom unit, and 1 moderate studio unit. The site currently contains 3 rent-stabilized units that include 4 bedrooms. Because the project would demolish protected rent-stabilized units, it is subject to the Housing Crisis Act replacement housing requirements. The applicant was unable to provide rental history or tenant income information for the existing units. When that information is unavailable, state law requires that the city apply a presumption based on HUD-CHAS data. HUD-CHAS is an acronym for the Department of Housing and Urban Development Comprehensive Housing Affordability Strategy. Based on that analysis, the project must replace the existing 3 protected units with 2 very low-income units and 1 low-income unit with the same total number of bedrooms. The proposed affordable unit mix satisfies that replacement requirement by providing 2 very low 1-bedroom units and 1 low-income 2-bedroom unit for a total of 4 replacement bedrooms. In addition, the project includes 1 moderate-income studio unit to address the city's inclusionary housing requirement. Overall, the project would demolish 3 existing units and construct 25 new units, resulting in a net increase of 22 residential units on site. The applicant is requesting 2 concessions and 15 waivers. The 2 concessions are related to residential parking permit eligibility and the location, type, and distribution of the affordable units. Under state density bonus law, a concession is generally a modification or reduction in a development standard that results in identifiable cost reductions related to providing affordable housing. The city must grant a qualifying concession unless it can make one of the limited findings allowed under state law. The project also requests 15 waivers from the development standards that are included with more detail in the staff report and resolution, but I will quickly run through them. These waivers are related to height, number of stories, elevator shaft height, front and side setbacks, upper floor setbacks, private open space, rooftop common open space, lockable storage for each unit, tandem and uncovered parking, service and delivery area, front yard paving, habitable frontage, and replacement tree location. Under state density bonus law, the city may not apply a development standard that would physically preclude the construction of the project at the density allowed, including any density bonus and concessions. Unlike concessions, the number of waivers is not capped. The city may deny a waiver only if it can make specific findings based on substantial evidence, such as unmitigable public health or safety impact, an adverse impact to historic resource, or a conflict with state or federal law. Staff reviewed each requested waiver within that state law framework and evaluated the applicant's stated basis for each waiver and considered whether there was evidence that would support denial under the limited findings allowed by state law. Based on that review, staff has not identified a legal basis to deny the waivers. With regard to parking, the project provides 6 on-site affordable spaces. However, because the site is located within half mile of a major transit stop, AB 2097 prohibits the city from imposing a minimum parking requirement. As a result, the 6 spaces are voluntarily provided by the applicant. Staff recognizes that parking was a significant concern raised during the neighborhood meeting. However, under AB 2097 and the Housing Accountability Act, the city cannot deny or reduce the project based on the lack of additional parking, require additional parking studies or analysis as a basis for approval, or treat inconsistency with local parking standards as a specific adverse impact under the Housing Accountability Act. The project is exempt from CEQA under the Public Resources Code as enacted by AB 130, which was a bill signed by the governor and was part of a broader CEQA reform package intended to speed up housing approvals. This is a new statutory exemption for qualifying infill housing projects. The exemption applies when a project meets specific site, density, infill, and eligibility criteria. Because the project qualifies for the AB 130 statutory exemption, no environmental review is required, nor can the city require the applicant to prepare any environmental review. Once the city determines the project qualifies for the exemption, the city does not proceed with standard CEQA environmental review. However, the exemption still includes required safeguards. For this project, a Phase 1 environmental assessment is required before the issuance of building permits, which is included in the draft conditions, and tribal consultation was conducted. The city received a response from the Keech Nation, completed consultation, and included conditions of approval related to tribal cultural resources. AB 130 also created a short approval timeline. In this case, state law requires the city to take action on a project within a very shortened time period following tribal consultation. The city and applicant entered into a one-time 90-day permit streamlining act tolling agreement, which extended the city's deadline to May 29th. If the city does not act by that deadline, the project would be subject to deemed approval under the Permit Streamlining Act. In conclusion, staff recognizes that this is an atypical project. It includes many waivers and relies on several overlapping state housing laws that significantly limit the city's discretion. Staff has reviewed the project under the legal framework as discussed. Based on the record, staff has not identified evidence that would allow the city to deny the project, reduce its density, deny the requested concessions or waivers, or require environmental review. Therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the draft resolution conditionally approving the project. That concludes staff's presentation, and the staff and applicant teams are available for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your staff report. Before we move to commission questions of staff, I'd like to ask Commissioner Hutengarter to give a design review update.
Yes. We had a detailed meeting. Unfortunately, Commissioner Jones was not available, so it was Commissioner Carviero and myself. We discussed a number of items in ways to make the building incorporate better into the neighborhood and to improve some design elements. One of the biggest, which was Commissioner Carviero's very excellent idea to incorporate the vertical eyebrows that are towards the front of the building into eyebrows on the side elements and inset the balconies just a mere 12 inches. And by doing that would make the balconies very much more functional. You could actually put a table and chairs out there. And it would actually also create the required shading that is in the climate action plan, which I don't see in a waiver anywhere. Provide more architectural interest. There was quite a good discussion on this. If you want to go to the videotape, it's at 2:20. We had a discussion around the greenery, which there is a real dearth of, in particular in the rear setback. It would be very easy to put pockets to have vines climbing up the rear walls and around the edge. The wall at the front entrance could be a couple of feet shorter and thus not create an imposing wall when approaching from the opposite direction, and also could be incorporated into the planter and in fact become a green wall. We discussed the roof trellis and the opportunity to increase the shading up there that would make it a much more habitable space. The fact that there were virtually no native plant species in the palette proposed, and the fact that the green balconies that are in the renders are really not actual reality. There's no planter boxes on those balconies. There's no way for that green to exist. So that's not exactly what it will ever look like, and it's not possible unless the design is changed. Unfortunately, none of these ideas were incorporated in any of the design, and none of the changes were made that we discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hutengarter. Moving to commission questions of staff. Just a gentle reminder, please, these are questions of staff. Please don't use this time to comment, give information, or to engage in premature deliberation. Who would like to start commissioner questions? Commissioner Cavallero.
Thank you, Chair.
Lori, you mentioned May 20th deadline. What happens on May 20th if, like, it's deemed complete? How does that change anything?
If the project is not acted upon by May 29th of this month, the project is automatically deemed complete. Approved.
Okay, so since they're not doing any design changes, and if tonight could be somewhat considered just a formality, what impact does one thing or another have on this deadline? The project will still go forward.
Correct.
Okay.
Who would like to go next?
Oh, so when you say go forward and the May 20th deadline, is that for our action or is that for the total action going to City Council? I just want to be...
That would be Planning Commission action.
Okay.
Who would like to go next?
And just to clarify for the record, the deadline will be May 29th. May 29th.
Thank you. Commissioner Harris?
Yes, thank you. So one of the things I wanted to ask about was the objective design standards that could be codified. If those standards, if those standards were codified, could they be applied to this project?
They could be applied. However, the applicant is always able to request a waiver of a development standard. So even if they were codified, which they weren't for this project, but if they were, they could still request a waiver of that development standard.
Okay.
And Commissioner Harris, just to clarify, even if new development standards were codified, those could not be applied to this project now because it vested in its preliminary application years ago.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Solomon?
Yeah, I had a question about the tree canopy standards. I think it's waiver number 15. However, if you go to the project narrative on the first or second page, it states that our ordinance on the tree canopy was not in place at the time that it had a deemed complete application. So I guess if you could shed some light on what was the law 2 years ago whenever this did have a complete application as it relates to tree canopies.
So there is a replacement requirement, which they were subject to. So they had, I believe, 3 trees that they needed to replace. In the way that the code is written now, they have to be planted at grade in native soil. And so that is the waiver requirement that they are requesting. Those 3 trees will not be planted in the ground, at the ground level in native soil. They'll be placed on the rooftop. However, there is an additional requirement for additional trees to be planted for new projects, and that was the code section that was not in effect at the time that the project was deemed complete.
So the replacement standard was in effect whenever this application was deemed complete.
Correct.
But the planting of new trees
was not.
Was done after the
Correct.
application was complete. Okay. So it's 1920 and 1926.
Commissioner Harris, another question?
Yeah, one more question. Similarly to Commissioner Solomon's question, I seem to recall that we have discussed in the past whether or not the city has an ordinance or an objective standard regarding our prohibition on new parking permits for new residential projects. Is that codified somewhere?
It's not codified. It's a policy that we've been applying to all projects, all new projects for the last 5 or 6 years.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hubengarter?
Yeah, just first of all, I'd like to clarify a point. Trees on a roof are not a replacement for native canopy trees. In-ground is in-ground, roof is roof. They are not the same. And those trees on the roof are not canopy trees. So I think it's important we get our language correct in the staff report because These tree canopies are going away on a daily basis, and they're critical to the health of our community, and these are not replacement trees. Okay, sorry, I just need that clarified for the record.
To be clear, they're asking for a waiver from the
I
replacement?
appreciate that, and that's not the
Just
conversation. Staff has made the statement that those are replacement trees, and they're not.
Oh,
Great. Let's return to questions.
So anyway, so my first question is for legal. Concession number 2 is requesting the de facto creation of pour floors and pushing all of the affordable, not evenly distributed, but down onto the bottom floors. And they're stating that that is going to save money because they don't have to comply with the same quality. But when I read the resolution, it simply states that this is going to give them greater design and construction certainty. But it doesn't clarify as to how, and it doesn't clarify as to whether or not they're still going to be required to comply with consistent design, materials, and finishes. So what exactly is concession 2? Is it simply the relocation from evenly distributed to just on the bottom floors? Or is it also a waiver of the requirement for consistent design, materials, and finishes?
It does not extend that far to the latter. They will have to use consistent design materials and finishes. It's not a pour floor, as you say. Instead, these units are going to be dispersed on floors 2 and 4.
2 and 3.
2 and 3, thank you. And that does not violate any prohibition that we have because they're not going to be using segregated entrances. They're going to be located on the same floors as the market rate units.
Okay. I'm still unclear in looking at the floor plans. These are stacks, studio stacks, 1-bedroom stacks, 2-bedroom stacks, as to how this is going to provide greater design and construction certainty, which is going to save money, if they're not going to be allowed to change the materials and finishes.
Well, Commissioner Hoopengartner, ultimately the burden is on the city. The burden of proof for any concession or waiver is on the city.
That's why I'm asking.
And so, and understanding that, I'll defer to staff, but I do not think that, there's any evidence that we have that it would not help them.
Did you strive to get any evidence?
Personally,
Yes.
I was not involved in those discussions, but I believe that staff did consult with them and asked them and requested information regarding those units.
Okay.
I think the applicant team can shed some light on that, but I did want to clarify that condition 3.4 specifically says the inclusionary units shall be the same appearance, finish, quality, and materials as the non-inclusionary units and shall be indistinguishable from the non-inclusionary units to the side. So they will have the same finish.
Hence my confusion as to how they're saving money. Okay. My other question is also for legal. The applicant in, I think it's Exhibit B, states that, and I think it's in the staff report too, about somehow working with building and safety to incorporate the design recommendations that were discussed at design review. Can you clarify how building and safety is allowed, granted the power to make design changes once a project is entitled?
I think, to clarify, I think that's through the building safety plan check process where it would come back through planning. Planning gets a copy of the plans submitted, and we would look to see if they, the design changes. In talking to them, they will make every effort to make those changes. There wasn't enough time in between the March 26th and this commission to make those changes, but they said they will make every effort. However, it's subjective and they don't necessarily have to, but they said they will make an effort to make those changes. But that is done through the building safety plan check process.
The reason I'm asking the question is it's come up before this body a number of times, which is the fact that this body is entitled a project, the resulting construction of which was dramatically different than what was entitled. And so I'm asking because there's sort of, this is a push me, pull you. Yay, maybe we'll get some of the changes we recommended, but hey, wait a minute. Who gets to decide things once we've made a decision? And so I'm trying to understand that process, what the limitations are. Do we incorporate that in the resolution in terms of the comments that were outlined? I'm trying to understand the process so as to avoid some of the problems that we've had in previous projects.
Yeah, I can attempt to answer that. So this project went through design review subcommittee. The subcommittee recommended some design upgrades and changes to the property proponents. They have elected to not make those changes to their project plans at this stage for entitlement packet. So what you're approving is what the staff is presenting to you today to acknowledge the recommended changes from the committee. That information is included in the staff report, and I believe it's in the resolution as well, so that it is on record.
It's in the resolution?
It's in the staff report.
But it's not in the resolution.
It's in the findings in the resolution. It's not a condition of approval. It's in
the proposed changes?
So basically, well, I can confirm it's in the staff report. It is acknowledged.
I saw it in the staff report, but that's
right.
not what we're voting on. We're voting on the resolution. So I want to make sure you're telling me it's in the resolution. I'd like to know where that is.
It's in the recitals of the resolution. It's not a condition, since we can't condition the design.
Right. It's not conditioned. It's not a requirement for the project applicant to incorporate these changes, but it is in the recital that if the applicant elects to make these changes, they can do that during the plan check process, and planning staff will be reviewing that based on the certain information in the findings and in the staff report.
Yeah, I would appreciate it if you would show me where that is, because I couldn't find it. So, all right, those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Any additional questions before we go to the applicant presentation? Hearing none, let's go to the applicant's presentation. You will have 10 minutes. Before you start speaking, please state your name and city of residence.
Apologies for the delay. I just need to rejoin the Zoom so I can present a PowerPoint. Okay. All right. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jason Moberly Caruso, and I am an attorney for the applicant for the 833 Westbourne Drive project.
Please be sure to speak into the mic.
I'll do my best. Thank you. Also joining us this evening is Jesse Ottinger of Ottinger Architects, who is the project architect, and then Will Kaufman, applicant, in case the commission has any particular questions for them. Just to briefly touch on the project narrative, and I'll go quickly on this. It's a 25-unit project, 6 stories, composed of 5 studio units, 15 one-bedroom units, and 5 two-bedroom units, including 4 income-restricted units. The project in its totality is composed of high-quality materials. The applicant has made a concerted focus on that, including Type 3A construction and a fire-resistant design, including 1 level of on-site parking on the first floor. Just a bit regarding the project context. The project is on the west side of Westbourne Drive, south of Santa Monica Boulevard, in the R3 zone, which is a residential multifamily medium density zone, and it has an R3A land use designation. The project is surrounded by urban uses, and there are many other multifamily properties in the area, as can be seen in this aerial photo. As Ms. Yelton discussed from the staff report, the project is statutorily exempt from CEQA under AB 130, with the specific statutory provision here in the presentation. We wanted to focus on the transit-oriented aspect of this development. It's located within a half mile of 2 major transit stops at Westbourne in Santa Monica and also San Vicente in Santa Monica. It's also near the Metro's proposed K-line extension, which once constructed in 2040 or so, will be connecting the E-line to the city of Hollywood. As a result of the project's location, it qualifies for mandatory relaxation of parking requirements under AB 2097, as well as under the Density Bonus Act, which we'll get into. As Ms. Yeldon discussed, and as the staff report discusses in detail, and we believe correctly, this project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act and the Density Bonus Law. Thereunder, the project is entitled to layers of state law protections which restrict the Commission's discretion and, as submitted, we believe compels approval of the project. When the project's preliminary application was submitted on March 3rd, 2023, the city's 6th cycle housing element was not in compliance with state law. And as a result, that triggered the ability to invoke the builder's remedy under the Housing Accountability Act. And I won't go back through all of the details of that, how that statute operates. But the short of it is that the project does meet all of the conditions to invoke the builder's remedy. The project is deemed consistent with all applicable standards, and we submit that the Commission's discretion is cabined as far as rejecting the project as presented or conditioning its construction on smaller density or on the imposition of additional conditions. Under the density bonus law, the project qualifies for relaxation of various requirements, including an increase in the otherwise allowable density, relaxation of parking requirements, waivers, reductions of development standards, and incentives and concessions that are presumed to result in cost reductions. Further regarding the density bonus law and how it impacts this project approval, our office prepared and submitted a deviation matrix showing the various development standards for which the project seeks mandatory waivers of in connection with the project approval. As designed, imposition of the development standards for which waivers are sought would physically preclude construction of the project as proposed. And under controlling law, the city is required to afford those waivers, and we submit based on this record, cannot make the required findings to reject any of those proposed waivers. As Commissioner Hubengarner asked some questions about, the project does seek 2 incentives and concessions, which under controlling law are presumed to lead to cost reductions. Just to really dig into this, under the Schreiber versus City of Los Angeles and the Bankers Hill 150 decisions, the project is aided by a presumption that these requested incentives or concessions lead to cost reductions that allow for the provision of affordable housing. That presumption alone is sufficient evidence to, again, in our view, require that these incentives and concessions be provided to the project. There's been some discussion of what exactly those incentives and concessions are. I'll kind of skip over that. But to Ms. Yelton's point and staff's point regarding the burden of proof, the burden of proof would be upon the city to deny the requested incentives and concessions and those waivers. We would submit there is no evidence in the record, and given staff's recommendation that the waivers and the requested incentives and concessions be provided, we submit that denial of any of them could potentially expose the city to litigation concerning this project, including claims for development delay and attorney's fees, which can be very, very significant. Just to address some other questions that have come up in the project approval process, there had been some concern expressed by local residents that the project may impact their ability to enjoy service of utilities. The project applicant and the consultant team has been in contact with the various utilities and agencies and has confirmed that they can all adequately serve the project without impact to service to neighbors in the community. Post-entitlement, the applicant, as you know, with all projects that follow the rules, the applicant will be working closely with the city and all other applicable agencies in the permit approval process, employing all appropriate safety measures, both during construction and then in the as-built condition. Just finally, there was a question at some point in the process of the identity of the ownership identified in the project's preliminary application versus that in the formal project application, which was submitted thereafter. And just to clarify, when the preliminary application was submitted, the project was in escrow and was being sold. And so by the time the project was sold, escrow had closed, the ownership had changed with the submission of the formal project application, just to explain why the identity of that ownership changed between those submissions. Just to address one last point regarding the proposed design modifications that Commissioners Cavallero and Hubengarner recommended at the design subcommittee meeting. We listened very closely to the Commissioners' recommendations, and in our correspondence dated April 2nd, 2026, we have set forth the design changes that we think are frankly good ideas that the applicant is seriously going to consider as far as developing the actual detailed building plans. And the applicant has every intention of implementing these to the extent that is feasible. So again, we hope that we've addressed that issue. Again, we take those comments to heart and appreciate the Commissioner's time both during the subcommittee meeting and this evening, and appreciate the opportunity to be able to present to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we go to public comment, do we have any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment. Mr. Gillig, do we have public comment on this matter?
Yes, we do, Chair. Our first public speaker will be Robert Steloff. Did you want to speak on this one, or is it passed?
Great. As you come to the podium, again, please state your name and your city of residence for the record.
I didn't actually intend on speaking on this right now, but I'll go for it, guys. Robert Steloff, City of West Hollywood, Tri-West. I just wanted to be on record. Will Kaufman, the applicant, is representing Benjamin Soleimani, the owner, the investor of this property. Benjamin Soleimani owns many city blocks on Melrose Avenue. I think it's important to be on record with regard to this setting a standard for any future multifamily housing in the city and how they are getting by with this project under builder's remedy, which is fully lawful. However, several hours ago when I had a conversation, he did not want his name mentioned because of the embarrassment of this project. I just want to fillet the fish, full transparency, full authenticity, and there it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mark Better, to be followed by Anita Goswami.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Better. I'm the property owner at 830 Westbourne Drive, which is essentially right across the street from this proposed project. I am not opposed to redevelopment of the properties in the neighborhood. I think it's a good thing. I'm sure this is not the last property on the street that will be redeveloped in my lifetime. But I would like the Commission to understand that parking on that street is extremely limited as it is. I'd just like to put this in perspective. Last night I returned from a business trip, got home around 11:45. Between Melrose and Santa Monica Boulevard, there were 2 empty parking spaces. Everything else was occupied by residents. And I would think that this project would bring in somewhere between 25 and 40 additional cars into the neighborhood. I don't know where these people are going to park. I understand from the staff presentation and from the presentation of the builders that there's very little that the city can do to prevent this project from going forward. I recognize that. But I think by approving this, you're creating additional problems for the neighborhood that don't necessarily have a solution, and I would like you to consider that as an existing problem and maybe propose additional solutions that will make the neighborhood safe and appropriate for everyone. And again, I have off-street parking, so this isn't about me, but I'm sure that the neighborhood will be worse off with this additional stress. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Anita Goswami, followed by David Eckert.
Someone left a laptop there. No worries, I just wanted to be sure. Hi there, Anita Goswami, resident of West Hollywood. There have been delays to avoid regulations that were in place in the past. Now the project here looks to take advantage of AB 130, CEQA exemptions, streamlining, and less parking requirements. It's clearly observed here. I see this as a manufactured crisis, hence I just state this for the record. As mentioned at the design review, which I attended, and it was a great meeting, actually. It was very positive. We talked about a lot of things. It was a great open discussion. That's what these meetings should be. And at that point, we said, yeah, you know, it looks like the Grand Central Jail. The eyebrows, I'm sorry that those were not incorporated. There were some great ideas that were raised to make this a better design. Again, I'm just sad that these were not incorporated into that, this set of plans now. But as mentioned earlier, it seems that what's approved may not actually be what is built, so there is still opportunity for the applicants to go ahead and incorporate some of that. Waivers are taking away someone's rights. I have mentioned that over and over again. A waiver is taking away. By granting the waiver to allow parking permits, it's taking away from the people who live on that street with the existing housing. I want these takings to be explicitly stated in the public record, irrespective of whether it is the state or the city that is doing this. It is still a taking. And this is something that has been going on, and we just, We need to have it in front of everyone. We are out there complaining about our rights being taken away at federal levels. Well, our rights are being taken away here at a local level. And again, I just want that to be explicit here. It is occurring with this particular project. 6 parking spaces, that's it for the 25 units. That's not sufficient at all. And also something to consider the Planning Commission, what is in your scope is to be thinking about what will the city actually look like? How do people move in this city? How do people live in this city? That's within your purview. And that is something that I urge you to not just look at the specific project, but consider how that specific project is now affecting the broader scope, and what can you do from a policy perspective to actually improve the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be David Eckert.
Good evening once again, David Eckert, resident of Los Angeles, no longer West Hollywood. So I know this is just now futile because it's going to go no matter what, whether you approve it or not. So I don't even know why we're having public discussion, but I will put my 2 cents into this. I really like to know, how do these projects really meet our affordable housing needs? Seriously. We tear down structures that have 6 units. We provide 4, maybe 2 additional. That's 6. What are we gaining? We're not. Then we talk about market rate apartments. Has anyone seen what market rate is any longer? Again, I can use as an example, a 2-bedroom, $5,000, is a going rate. So where is the market rate? Where is that locked in? What that's going to be? It's not affordable. We keep opening up in this town, grocery stores that I can't shop at any longer. Nothing is affordable. The other major point I want to bring up again, and I said it earlier, what is this major transit stop that exists right now? It doesn't. We're talking about 2040. That is not a condition that exists right now for approval of this project. I'd like the city to explain that, because we keep using these hypothetical situations of let's just wait for the subway to get here. The subway has sold the city into a vertical city again. We talk about greenery, putting it on the roof. That is not open space for people to enjoy. Lynn made a very good point. Rooftop is not a canopy tree. And I wanted to say, in the big scheme of things, I think it's sad that these developers continue to find loopholes to build bigger and push the limit and push us out of the conversation. I might not be a smart man, but I know when I see a problem being created. And this is one that I consistently see, developers laugh at these meetings at people that come and talk. And it's just so disrespectful. We just want the best for our community. And honestly, at the end of the day, if you look at this, I don't think this is the best solution for this site. Unfortunately, we keep hearing our hands are tied. And I hope that someone on this commission and the city will start fighting for us instead of just saying my hands are tied. A policy is only as good as people want it to be. And we have to start believing we can make a change, because this isn't working. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair, before we move to the applicant's rebuttal, I do have several public position slips that should be read into the record. These are people who chose not to speak but wanted their views read. These people all oppose the project. Stephanie Harker, West Hollywood. Kathy Blavis, West Hollywood. Brian Kendig, West Hollywood. Andrew Galdi, West Hollywood. Nikki Nasher, West Hollywood. Adam Rosenfeld, West Hollywood. Thomas Jones, West Hollywood. Ilana Jones, West Hollywood. Michael Haddad, West Hollywood. Victor Olmachenko, West Hollywood. Steve Schwartz, West Hollywood. And Jocelyn Laban, West Hollywood. And they all oppose this project.
Great. Thank you all for your public comment, both here in the chambers and the people who submitted written comments and the position statements that were submitted. Thank you for taking the time to participate in the process. I'll now close the public comment portion of this hearing and go to applicants' rebuttal.
Again, Jason Moberly Caruso, and I actually live in Rancho Mission Viejo down in Orange County. Just briefly, to address, I believe it was Mr. Eckert's comment regarding the transit-oriented aspect of the project. It is the existing adjacency to existing major transit that is the focus of the transit-oriented aspect of the development. The K-line extension, we are looking years into the future as far as the project's adjacency to that new transit, but I do think this commission's horizon is long and potentially that long, and I do think it is a positive attribute of the project that it will be close to the K-line once it comes into fruition, and that hopefully again, the residents of this building will configure their lives in accordance with that. The project is designed with the amount of parking that it is, with the idea that it caters to a particular kind of resident who is looking for a development that is configured in the way that it is. I know that some of the commissioners happen to work from home, work remotely, and I think a project like this, I think, could cater to that kind of resident, as well as one that can use existing transit and future transit to get to work. As far as the issue of the back and forth between the applicant and the city as concerns the configuration of the project, I can say, and having worked with staff over the last several years on this project, it has been an iterative, collaborative process. And to some extent, sometimes an antagonistic process, but it has resulted in, I believe, positive changes to the project, changes to the project that otherwise would not have been included, that I think even the local residents around this project could benefit from. And so I'll leave it at that. Again, appreciate the commission's time, and thank you, Chair.
Great. Before we go to commissioner deliberation, any additional questions for the applicant?
I have one for the applicant. Waiver number 14, why do you want to build a bigger elevator? Most of the waivers that we would see would be, frankly, cutting a corner somewhere, but our code says you can build an elevator shaft up to 15 feet above the roof line, and you want to build an elevator shaft 18 feet above the roof line. Why?
Yes, so that was a specific topic of discussion with staff, and our team has told us that the elevator shaft literally has to be that high to accommodate the machinery that would be on top of the elevator car. And I'm told that that's about practically the smallest projection that there could be for the elevator shaft.
Okay. Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, is the size of that elevator shaft because of the occupancy of the building, the occupancy of the roof deck? What determines the size of that machinery?
Hi, my name is Jesse Ottinger, Ottinger Architects. I live in Los Angeles. To answer the question, so because we have an occupied roof deck and that's part of the open space that we're offering to the residents, we want to make sure that the elevator can access that roof. And the overrun requirements for the elevators, it's not the machinery specifically, but it's the overrun requirements that we have to physically have an elevator that goes up to the roof, and it exceeds 15 feet. There's really not manufacturers that make the elevators that we would be using to go 7 stories. It becomes a traction elevator, a very specific type of elevator. So you need the taller overrun space at the top.
Pardon my ignorance, what does overrun requirement mean?
Oh, sorry. Overrun means the space above the elevator car itself that has, there's equipment up there basically and a beam that holds up the elevator. So that all has to be above the elevator car. And typically in a project like this, we're around 17.5 to 18 feet.
And so how is it that other projects have been able to do it within 15 feet, but your elevator that you're proposing to use does not?
It depends on the height of the building and the requirements from the elevator manufacturer. So traction elevators typically require more space above them.
But a different elevator might not?
But a different elevator, if it's a hydraulic elevator, would not necessarily.
Correct. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Commissioner deliberation. Commissioner Hoopengarner.
I guess I'm going to begin with just because you can doesn't mean you should. First of all, the staff's assertion that we have a housing crisis is not supported by our 11 to 15% vacancy rates. Once again, yes, we have an affordable housing crisis, but we do not have a luxury housing crisis. To that end, in fact, it is very sad that this 7-story building, 6-story building, is only going to provide one new affordable housing unit. One. 3 existing residents have lost their home and most likely aren't coming back because they weren't Ellised. And we're only going to get one new affordable housing unit. The fact that the applicant did not elect to share with us their project during their entire 10-minute presentation, but rather chose to lecture us about state law for the entire 10 minutes, says all that we need to know about this project. Usually we have applicants come up here, the architect comes up, they are proud of what they have done, they are proud to show it off. We have to cut them off and beep them out because they are busy sharing the beauty of their project and how proud they are of it. We didn't hear one word about this project. It's interesting to hear from the public that Mr. Soleimani doesn't want to be associated with this project, and I'm confused because his name is all over the documents submitted as the owner of this project. And it's my understanding that he's a rather well-known designer. And I believe owns Restoration Hardware. I've not seen a great deal of his work, but one would think that someone who's doing high-end luxury design work, they would want to be proud of a project and how it's going to reflect on their reputation as a designer. Staff's urban design analysis damns this with faint praise. It is, quote, characterized by rectilinear massing, unquote. Let me interpret it. That's a big square box. With a, quote, limited material palette, unquote, AKA it's boring and unremarkable. With a, quote, base, middle, and top composition, unquote. It has a bunch of stories. It goes on in their description to basically say it's a building. This is a long-time business owner in our city who, one would think, would want a thriving, attractive city that attracts people to our community and to his businesses. So that this is what he's hanging his hat on is just, frankly, baffling to me. So let's go on to the business decision. parking. Once again, we're looking at a project that's only parking 20% of their 30 bedrooms. For another luxury building. Let's not kid ourselves. This is going to be a luxury housing. I'm not sure what you've got in your pro formas for your rents, but if you think you're going to rent a 6-story luxury 2-bedroom apartment for somewhere between $8,000 and $10,000 and not give them parking, I think you're frankly delusional in this town. As for the concessions and the waivers, I am frankly disappointed that the city made no effort to gather some information about how having these affordable units not evenly distributed but stuck on the bottom floors without any design configuration changes whatsoever in the floor plans, the only way they're going to save money is in lower quality materials. And that's the only way they could get a cost savings concession, which is what concessions are about, which are cost savings. And I find that very unfortunate that we are forced to prove the case and we have no data. As for the waivers, we're looking at an 83% reduction in private open space. Again, a luxury house without any private open space, dinky-ass balconies that you cannot even put a cafe table and 2 chairs on. Those balconies are useless. A 66% reduction in front setbacks, 44% decrease in side yard setbacks, 174% increase in height over what is otherwise entitled, a 25% reduction in off-street loading zones, and a reduced front habitable space of 100%. No canopy trees after destroying a minimum of 3 and most likely 4 existing mature trees. The volume of carbon that one mature tree takes out of our community, the heat island effect that it reduces in this community, the rainwater runoff that a mature tree handles in this community, and we're once again losing an entire lot full of them. And yes, it's a taking. All of those reductions in setbacks is a taking from the neighborhood buildings. All of those shades and shadows are takings from neighborhood buildings. They're taking away the parking from the neighborhood, and it takes away the trees and the air quality and the water runoff and the heat island. And I will hold my nose, and I will have to vote for this project. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Caballero.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Hoopengardner. I completely support all the comments that you made, and I'm not going to repeat them. I think my question to staff about the May 29th deadline kind of says everything that I've been feeling coming into this hearing. And now I understand why Planning Commission is kind of being considered to be removed from the process, because whether we have this hearing tonight or not doesn't make much of a difference. So I'm going to pivot, and I was really inspired by one of the public comments earlier. Is like, I turned to the city at this point. It's like, how are we going to meet in the middle? How are we going to make up the parking? How are we going to create green spaces for all these buildings that lack green spaces for its inhabitants? So, like, where are the parks? Where are the parking structures that people can use that are strategically placed throughout the city so that these buildings that are being produced and will continue to be produced, you know, it makes the city a livable place? We hear that over and over and over and over again from public comments. And yeah, we can point our finger at the developer, but at this point, like one of the public comments, yeah, our rights are being taken away, but we are a small enough city that we can at least be inventive and pivot and try to fill in the gap so that our city does remain livable like we all want it to be. So at this point, I know that there is no answer to this question, but I'm asking City Council or anybody on staff to, come talk to me, come make a presentation. There has to be a way to mitigate the losses so that we can maintain the habitability of the city that we love so much.
There is, it's called a transit-oriented design plan, and the City Council elected not to even discuss it. No.
Right. Yeah.
Council, Beverly Hills approved one, Los Angeles approved one. Our city council elected not to even discuss having one.
Right.
Who would like to go next? Commissioner Solomon.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Among the concessions and waivers, the one that bothers me the most is the poor floor aspect of it. The clustering of inclusionary units. I understand that the applicant introduces a statement or a finding that it's more financially feasible for them if they cluster. We have to then introduce evidence, written evidence otherwise. It's a rebuttable presumption. And we did that in requiring 4 inclusionary units on this project rather than 3 because we cited 2, that inclusionary study from the housing workshop. So in many ways, this project being the first of 5 builders remedy project, I feel like sets the precedent for, every other applicant representing a builders remedy project is watching this to see what we're doing. We don't have written evidence tonight to say that it doesn't matter where you locate the inclusionary units. They should be randomized because we don't have written evidence to introduce to say otherwise. But I am curious, and I'll ask it as a question to staff, how would we go about, what is the process for how we would go about introducing that sort of evidence on the record if we ever wanted to deny a concession like that? At trial, it's like, Your Honor, may I approach, and you present evidence. What does it look like here?
Under Schreiber, a case called Schreiber, the city is prohibited from asking for evidence, as you had mentioned in your comments. So we can't ask the applicant for evidence. The city would have to obtain its own evidence and then present that as part of the staff report.
So practically speaking, does that, what does that look like here in this case? Is there a council directive to study whether or not inclusionary rents are affected based upon placement of where they are in a building? Because every single project, builder's remedy project that comes forward after this is going to use this same concession. They're going to do poor floors because we don't have evidence tonight to deny that concession, and it's every other project will do it. So what would it take for us to have evidence to deny that concession? And how would we, practically speaking, be able to introduce it?
I can't speak to the specifics of that, but I could say that it does sound like the kind of decision that's a policy question that could be sent up to the city council for discussion and consideration.
Great. Anyone? Commissioner Harris?
Yeah, I'll hop on this boat. I've never seen, and full disclosure, I myself have represented probably a dozen density bonus projects in the city of LA. And it's never even, I've never seen a concession or an incentive for relief from a design guideline that's intended to assure that the city gets high quality, affordable units that are distributed throughout a building. Does it save money? Yeah, I can definitely see how that saves money, and I can see how it reduces the marginal cost of providing the affordable units. But it seems it's a bit of a quagmire to propose. It's a guideline. It's a standard that's meant to guide design decisions for something that is already an exception, and that's the density bonus code. So there's a little bit of logical acrobatics in taking an exception from a standard that guides an exception in the first place. The other comment I have is about the trees, and this is also going to be sort of a question for staff. I understand the waiver, the placement of the replacement trees on the roof. I understand that when you build densely, that it's difficult to fit a lot of trees at the ground floor in native soil. That all makes sense. But is there a way that we can revisit the relevant municipal code to make sure that those trees are distributed within a certain radius of the project site, if indeed they are going to need to, in order to build densely, which is sort of the mandate? Is there a way that we can address that and make sure that there are still benefits of tree canopy to the neighborhood?
I can discuss with my team and with the Landscape and Facilities Division. However, I think this condition or this section of the code, which is 19.26 landscaping standards, the replacement of mature trees is specifically to keep the trees on each property so that we don't lose. Granted, they're mature trees and they're replaced with 24-inch box minimum as per the municipal code requirement. But I think the whole idea is to keep the trees, dispersed throughout the city, keep them on each property.
Right, which does make sense, except that I think that it's sort of aligned with a style of development that is assumes a large yard, and via the state and our local policies that are required by the state, that's not the kind of development that we're seeing anymore. So it seems like it's out of step with the reality of the type of development that's being brought before the city. And then I do tend to agree with one of the comments from the public that integrating affordable housing into mixed income developments by private developers, it does have the impact of pushing up the cost of market rate units in that same building. So I don't know. I wanted to lift that up. I think that's, again, it's a bit of a quagmire. It's a bit of a conundrum. I'm zooming out too far here, for sure. But we happen to live in the only advanced nation in the world that does not have government provided affordable housing. And that gets us to a real problem because the private market is incentivized to turn a profit. And that's the system that we live in. That's the system that it's built on. I tend to think that things like housing and healthcare should not be left willy-nilly to the private market. But you can thank, I guess, Nixon and Reagan for that. And yeah, I think that's a really unfortunate byproduct of our complete dependence on the private market for housing of all kinds, affordable housing, market rate housing. And make no mistake, even when it's developed by a nonprofit developer, that is still a private developer who has to take out loans and who has to make a profit on some level. Yeah, this is where it gets us.
Commissioner Edwards.
First, I want to thank staff for the heavy lift that you had to do to move this process forward while trying to keep it within the bounds of what we as a city has agreed to. I have to say, and also I appreciate the public comments and people took time to provide their insights on this, and I want to appreciate my commissioners for their insights, especially Commissioner Harris in outlining the constraints of the private market to achieve what it is that I've heard from the public and I want for myself, which is a lot more affordable housing, so that way we can actually have people go back to our origins of being able to live here and thrive here, and to be safe here. I have to say, like, this is, like, I go back to SB 1818 in 2004 when it comes to density bonus law. So it's a issue I'm well aware of, but, and I've worked on those projects and fought some of those projects, but I have never seen anything like this in my life. It's just, I'm confounded. I have to agree with one of the commissioners, Hubengarner, when she expressed her frustration about why don't you care? Why don't you care to make it look better, just be better? And I get the whole construct of a profit, but there's that tension between your profit. Like, I understand you want to maximize your profit, and there's a conversation here about how do we create constraints that are incentives to move people into the right direction to get the outcome that we seek, and there's much more work to be done. And a lot of great questions have been asked by the commissioners of what we need to ask and maybe move forward to City Council for further analysis to have a more robust policy that recognizes the reality that we're living in now with HAA and everything else. So I'm just putting it out there, and I support that effort, and I'll do whatever I can to help move that forward. But I feel like sometimes it's the responsibility of the developer to address a multitude of pain points, and I don't think you addressed a critical pain point, which is you're creating something that's going to last in the community, and it doesn't seem to be that consideration was given. And because I know I've been on the other side where I've had clients and advised them accordingly and just said that, there's that tension, and how do you address the needs of the community while addressing the needs to make a profit? Like, it's supposed to be a healthy dynamic that gets you the best outcome for everybody, and that I feel is not happening in this case. I understand you're doing everything legal, but I'll just close with this. Just because it's legal doesn't make it ethical or moral. But I'm of course going to vote for the project.
I guess I'm the last to go. Needless to say, state law has bound our hands this evening. Well-intentioned state laws designed to promote an alleviation to the state housing crisis have created the result this evening. I'm always complaining about developers, property owners that are not providing sufficient parking in their projects. I don't know what experience landlords have had with these types of luxury units that don't have parking. I have serious questions that these projects are economically feasible, but I guess the property owner, the developer will learn that the hard way by not providing parking. Again, state law has tied our hands here. Public always comes and says, okay, city, what do you do about this? Commissioner Cavallaro said that. I think the city of West Hollywood is going to have to think about how are we going to alleviate the inevitable parking shortages we're going to have in the city. I don't know the answer to that. The city may have to make investments in the future to figure out how to improve the quality of life for our residents who can't park anywhere in the city because there aren't enough parking spaces. So all we can really do up here is stomp our feet and say we're going to hold our noses and vote yes to approve this project. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I think I want to second, Commissioner Cavaliero's point in that, we can just sit here and be at the effect of everything, and this is no different than what's going on in the country as a whole. This comes from DC on down. Profit at all cost. No sense of pride in your work, just pride on what you can get away with. In fact, even pride in who you can get one over on. And that's what I feel like is happening here. And the question is, when are we as a city going to stand up and say, no, When are we going to talk to Sacramento and say, no, this one-size-fits-all doesn't work for us? We're the ones that have been building housing and other people haven't. And why are we being asked to take the brunt of these laws that were meant to deal with people that were being scofflaws? It's until we stand up as a city and say enough, we're going to be right back here again next month.
I would just add my understanding that communities have challenged these state laws and they have failed. So,
And they're spending millions and millions of dollars.
taxpayer
fighting
money
the state.
fighting them to no avail.
Yeah, that's why I keep on, that's why I brought up, we need more green space, we need more parking structures, because I think we need to fill in that gap, or else we're going to be spending money on lawsuits that are not worth, I'd like to see the money go somewhere else.
I was in Beverly Hills over the holidays because I lost power. I had to go have lunch. And the place was alive. And I went into the 5-story underground parking, and it was packed. And there are multiple parking spaces there. And the streets were full. And it wasn't tourists. It was locals shopping. And I came back to West Hollywood, and the streets were dead. Dead. Nothing was going on. And to me, that was telling right there. And we can say, oh, we're going to have subway in 20, 30, 40 years. Big deal. This city's going to be gone by then.
Perhaps we buy Melrose Triangle and do parking and a park there.
I love the idea. Big parking with giant park. Fabulous.
Would
That's
somebody
actually
like to
a really
make a
good
motion?
idea. I'm sorry. That's a really good idea, I think. I don't know. Yeah. I think parking could be a really lucrative use there. It's
Give
got
new
good
meaning to the
proximity.
word parking.
Yeah, right. No, with a park on top, and it's like, green structure, and I don't know. I think that's a good idea. I think to the extent that if the developers are unpleasantly surprised by the amount of rent that they're able to get for a housing unit that lacks parking, I gotta say I think that's a positive, because that's what the goal of AB 2097 and reduce and relaxed parking minimums was intended to do, was to say, all right, well, if you're not going to spend all this money on building parking, people are going to pay less for the units, and that brings down the cost of rent. And yeah, I don't know. I understand that it's a trade-off.
But we'll be years away before that pain hits. That's the problem.
I think that's something that will still time will tell. I don't know. My brother is a property manager. He does a lot of leasing of units, and he's telling me that property owners are having to lower their rents in these buildings that have less parking, because people don't want to. It's not a comparable unit, right? If the comps that you're using in the neighborhood come with 1 or 2 parking spaces, that's an amenity. People pay more for that amenity. So, yeah, I would like to see that, and I think that it's a good idea for the city to invest in some centralized parking solution, and to take that off of the backs of renters. I think that's a brilliant idea.
Great. Somebody like to make a motion?
Yes. I make a motion to adopt Exhibit A, the draft resolution number PC 26-1641.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, let's go to the vote.
And the motion passes, noting 6 ayes and 1 absent by Vice Chair Jones. We do have an appeal process for this project. The resolution number PC 261641, the Planning Commission just approved for the property located at 833 Westbourne Drive, West Hollywood. memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees. The appeal deadline will be Monday, May 18th, 2026 at 5 p.m.
Thank you so much. While staff is setting up for the next public hearing, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess so folks can use the restroom. David, let us know.
The smog studies in the past 20 years in Paris, it's just phenomenal. And they have converted huge amounts of the streets to pedestrian bike lanes. Huge amounts. Because they're back to these 15-minute, they have the ability to do these 15-minute circles. And they are converting, and they got on.
If we could all take our seats, we're going to get started. Okay, everybody, please take your seats. Okay, everybody, we have one more public hearing this evening. It is a zone text amendment regarding off-site signage off of Sunset Boulevard. This matter was continued from Thursday, April 16th, 2026, as part of the legally posted notice of cancellation and notice of continuance of public hearing to tonight, May 7th, 2026. At this time, we will hold a public hearing to consider a proposed text amendment allowing off-site signage to be permitted in conjunction with a development agreement for housing projects that provide additional affordable housing or for properties with existing long-standing entertainment venues located on select commercial corridors throughout the city of West Hollywood. Could we have a staff report, please? Oh, before we get started, do we have any disclosures of public conversations? Commissioner Solomon?
I've had conversations with a ton of people about this policy.
Great.
About items pertaining to the staff report.
Okay.
I've also had conversations with members of the public about items contained in the staff report.
Great. Anybody else?
Similar, I had conversations with the public about the content of this item.
Anybody else? I too have had conversations with the public regarding items raised in the staff report. Now could we have our staff report?
Absolutely. Okay. Good evening, Chair Gregoire, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Paul Caparasso, and I'm the Senior Planner for the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program. I'll be presenting item 10A on tonight's agenda for a zone text amendment to allow off-site signage on commercial corridors. The proposed amendment was prepared in response to two directives from the City Council, one on October 7th, 2024 for new off-site signage on commercial corridors in conjunction with affordable housing development, and one on March 16th, 2026 for new off-site signage on long-standing entertainment venues on Santa Monica Boulevard. Off-site signage has been identified as a revenue generator and a valuable tool to help address price restrictions on affordable units. The intent of the proposed amendment is to incentivize production of affordable housing units by creating a supplemental revenue source for an affordable housing project. Equally important to the city's viability is the preservation of iconic, long-standing entertainment venues. Currently, venues such as the Whiskey, Roxy, Rainbow Grill, and the Comedy Store have been approved for new off-site signage through a development agreement as part of the Sunset Boulevard Arts and Advertising Program. These development agreements grant owners the right to develop off-site signage that provides a significant additional revenue source, and in return, the city has assurance that these entertainment venues will continue to operate in addition to public benefits. Outside of the Sunset specific plan, existing regulations allow new or reconstructed off-site advertising signs only in limited circumstances, including district identification signs and large screen video signs within the commercial regional center zoning district. Existing off-site signs outside of the Sunset specific plan are considered non-conforming and cannot be replaced if they are removed for any reason, including maintenance or repair. As such, the ZTA would amend the sections 19.34.080 and 19.34.100 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code to allow property owners to replace existing signs or request new off-site signage through a development agreement in conjunction with either an eligible affordable housing project or, as aforementioned, the preservation of a long-standing entertainment venue. Most critically, the proposed ZTA would not create new standards or policies similar to the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program and does not itself approve any specific project or billboard. Specifically, the proposed ZTA expands the municipal code to allow the City Council to approve new off-site signage for a new affordable housing project that does the following. Includes more affordable housing units than required, is a project located on Santa Monica Boulevard, La Brea Avenue, or Fairfax Avenue, is a project consistent with the general plan and any applicable specific plan, and meets the findings for a sign permit and demonstrates that lighting impacts will not create a nuisance. Additionally, the proposed ZTA would expand the municipal code to allow the City Council to approve new off-site signage for entertainment venues that have been in operation for over 50 years on Santa Monica, for example, the Troubadour. Lighting is the most common issue related to new off-site signage, especially for digital full-motion animated signage that is typical of recent projects. As digital signage is internally illuminated, they can appear brighter than traditional vinyl billboards that have only external illumination. As such, each project would be analyzed on a case-by-case basis, taking into account the unique context of each project site to ensure potential lighting impacts do not create a public nuisance. In summary, the proposed ZTA would allow new off-site signage on Santa Monica Boulevard, Fairfax Avenue, or La Brea Avenue in conjunction with affordable housing project determined eligible through specific criteria outlined in the amendment language. In addition to allowing new off-site signage in tandem with the preservation of an entertainment venue on Santa Monica Boulevard that has been in operation for more than 50 years. Each project would be required to undergo project-specific lighting analysis to ensure that these projects do not create negative impacts for the city. As such, staff recommends adoption of the draft resolution provided. Thank you, and staff is available for questions.
Great, thank you for your staff report. Commissioner, questions of staff. Who would like to go first? Commissioner Caballero.
Yeah, more affordable housing. What does that mean? Like what defines more? Is it like one more affordable housing unit, or is it 20% or 50%? What's the give and take with a billboard?
Sure, so that would be, I believe, projects that exceed 2/3 affordable housing percentages.
Affordable housing or housing?
Right, so the project, it would apply to projects that include 2/3 housing, which is the definition for a housing development project in state law. The amount of additional affordable housing is left open. It would depend on a lot of factors, including the anticipated revenue generation of the sign that's proposed. So if it is a smaller, less lucrative sign, if the location isn't as valuable, then perhaps it would translate into one set of parameters for additional affordable housing. Whereas if it's a big, splashy, full motion sign in a place where it gets millions of eyes every day, then perhaps it translates into a higher percentage. But that would be based on the revenue analysis.
And staff will track that and help make those decisions, I guess?
Correct. Much like we do with the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program, we would evaluate, we would have our consultant evaluate the potential revenue generation of the sign. And then from that, we would do additional analysis, not just for the simple revenue share that we do for the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program, but we would look at how that translates into feasibility for affordable housing on-site development.
Okay. And how does the signage program differ from the one on Sunset? Will it, or will we be using the same parameters? Is there anything distinctive about the signage program on Santa Monica Boulevard from what we have on Sunset Boulevard?
Yes, I think the key distinction is that this wouldn't be a program like we have on Sunset. It wouldn't fall within a specific boundary like the Sunset specific plan. This is really an amendment to our code to allow these type of projects to come forward, but it wouldn't be programmatic with built-in specific standards to that particular program. Again, like Jennifer mentioned, it would be more or less done on a case-by-case basis as far as taking into account project specifics, the amount of affordable housing provided, negotiated as part of a development agreement, et cetera.
It's comprehensive. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Do you want to do a subcommittee report on it? subcommittee report?
Sure, if you'd
I
like
think
to
you were
make-
the chair back then.
Would you like a subcommittee report?
You were the chair. At the, so we heard this in long-range planning at the end of last year, and what was presented at long-range planning is largely identical to what's in front of us tonight. So the conversation kind of centered around the what-ifs of additional concerns and additional things that could be brought in as part of the program. The idea about whether it's a must-build on-site or it is an in-lieu payment into some sort of community housing trust that supports affordable housing built elsewhere, not on the site in the city. We also discussed oversaturation. We discussed the difference between signage at a major intersection on the corridor versus signage that's just on the corridor. And we had a large discussion about making sure that signage is not put on underdeveloped buildings, and that buildings have a certain, or that parcels have a certain minimum size in order to get a sign.
Great. Thank you for the subcommittee update. I've overlooked that. Commissioner Hoopengard.
What qualifies as a legacy entertainment project?
It would be an entertainment venue that's been in operation for a minimum of 50 years on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Okay. So to clarify, that is one business.
Currently, yes.
Currently. Okay. I just want to be clear because there are, and is it the business or the building? Because we have a number of buildings that have entertainment businesses in and out, on and off, multiple, every couple years there's a new business, but it's the same building. So what are we talking about in terms of legacy entertainment? Is it the business or the building?
As written, I believe the council direction is for the venue, so the business, if you will, not necessarily a specific building. Similar to the references that were made to the projects within the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program, the Whiskey, Roxy, et cetera. Part of those DAs stipulate ongoing use as an entertainment venue, and so that would be the same approach that we would use for this. So again, it would be specific to the venue operating as the business, not just a building that at one point housed a venue.
Well, but we're back to occupancy distinction versus the business, okay? As of right now, we're only talking about the Troubadour, and given the pipeline, there's ain't nothing gonna qualify for this for the next 100 years at the current rate.
49.
Yeah, something like that. So we're talking about, so the Troubadour gets entitled through a DA to build a digital billboard and then no longer continues to operate as the Troubadour, but the building gets occupied by, I don't know, another Erewhon or some glorious thing. Which we really need. But it's occupied. So how do you propose to deal with that in the code and in the DA?
Sure. So again, in the development agreements, the occupancy wouldn't just be occupancy of a business. It would be tied to a specific use. So they would have to not necessarily remain the business of the Troubadour in title, but it would ensure that the venue as an entertainment venue is continued with that use.
I just want to also
we're
add,
effectively spot zoning here.
I want to also add that we don't know what that DO would look like. We would still have to negotiate it. So
Right.
it may have provisions that go beyond that. We don't know yet, and we don't know what this would apply to.
But we're
or
talking
who
about
would apply for it. So this is again like back to
But
back to
this
the
is,
question of
we're
hypotheticals,
proposing to amend our code for one business, which, to be clear, I'm not necessarily opposed to. I just want to be clear about what we're talking about here. So we're talking about amending the code for one business. as it stands right now.
That was the council directive, Chris.
Okay. All right. So that's that. And in the past, we've asked that these come to us separately because they're two separate things. This is a completely separate thing now from the housing. Okay. So it's unclear from what you just gave me in terms of the council directives. Did council direct you to include no minimums, or was there no direction for minimums? Those are two distinct things, right? So did you examine whether it was perhaps appropriate to say, if it doesn't have at least 50% affordable housing, no billboards, or some number?
Yes, we did. We looked into that. I think what is key to understand on this is, unlike Sunset, this is a very diverse area. And even on Sunset, in a much smaller area, the billboards have much different revenue projections. And so understanding that one developer may want to have a small billboard that isn't digital, one may want to have a larger one that is full motion, those would mean very different things for the project. And so first of all, we wouldn't want to incentivize having the biggest and the brightest and the most full motion everywhere. I think they would be appropriate in certain places and maybe not others. And we also want to make sure that we are right-sizing this so that the projects are viable. That's the key. We want the program to be successful. And so, as we have worked with projects on Sunset, as we have worked with projects off of Sunset, we know that there's a very diverse range of sort of gaps in feasibility for funding of projects that need to have some path to close them. And this is one of the concepts that the council has directed us to look at to try to close that gap. There are other tools. There's density bonus. There's a lot of other things, but this would just be one other tool that could be used to make these projects work out. And so that was a long way to answer that it wouldn't necessarily be the same prescriptive percentage or number of units for every project. If it's a very large project, a smaller percentage means a lot more units. If it's a smaller project, vice versa. So that's where we landed on not having a specific minimum in the ordinance, and it would be negotiated at case by case in the DA.
So no floor. I mean, we're looking at a situation we were just faced 10 minutes ago where we're getting one new affordable housing unit.
So,
and I could see that developer easily coming in and saying, oh, but give me a billboard and I'm giving you one more unit. And we're going to go like, but, well, nah, what?
Absolutely. And so what we would do is we would have our consultant analyze that billboard, figure out what the revenue projection is for that billboard, see what that means in terms of units in that building, and target it that way, the way we do with our revenue share and the way we do with other public benefits that we look at for big projects.
Okay. So let's then talk about billboard size maximums. Because as we know on Sunset, that's basically gone out the window. Every project that's come past us in the past year plus is an alternative, meaning it's a hell of a lot bigger than the approved sizes. So are we anticipating any such language, or is it just sort of the wild, wild west size-wise?
Basically the same answer. What is proposed, again, we would look at the light, we would look at the revenue, we would look at what they're proposing in terms of units and try to right size it that way. But yeah, we have not proposed a maximum square footage for the signs.
Okay. So if I recall my reading, existing projects won't qualify, correct?
Sorry, could you clarify existing projects that are in the pipeline or?
In construction.
No.
Yeah, I think that the intent was for projects that are coming to be able to apply for this.
No. They're under construction currently.
Correct.
So they can apply.
Correct.
So in short, what the lawyer who said on 8500 Santa Monica that he fully intended to have a billboard on the corner of that building, that's what this is about.
That's a project that would potentially be eligible to apply, but that's not what this is about.
But by having that language, that's what this is about. Okay. So if there's an any existing building on Santa Monica, Fairfax, and La Brea could have new digital billboards under this code.
If they prove to us that they're providing a commensurate amount of additional affordable de-restricted housing that matches with the revenue generation of a sign that's proposed, potentially.
Okay, so if we go back to 8500 Santa Monica, that's an approved building with a set aside of X, I forget, however many units of affordable housing. So in order for them to even discuss a digital billboard, it would require them to provide additional affordable housing?
Correct.
Okay, but an unknown amount just to be negotiated?
Correct.
Okay. So finally, my question gets back to, and I think I know the answer to this, but I want to ask it out loud. Back to our friends in Sacramento and what I affectionately call HA. Since there's a development agreement involved, technically there's a development agreement, so it's completely negotiable. But because there's affordable housing, we're back to HA. Okay? So are we in a situation where we're gonna have lawyers telling us that HA says that 16% affordable housing is what the state law allows us to do, so we're gonna do it, but also give us a billboard?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to?
No, that's okay. No, so these would be two separate processes. For a streamlined housing approval, that would be ministerial, so that would go separate. And then the billboard component would be a discretionary entitlement, just like it is on Sunset for those projects. Same with the development agreement. So it wouldn't, by us processing and approving a ministerial housing permit, it wouldn't automatically approve the billboard component in any way.
And would that development agreement process be a public process through the Planning Commission with public hearings?
Yes, it would follow the same process that every other DA in the city does. Correct.
Currently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those are my questions for now.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Solomon.
I have two questions. I know that council directive outlined specific streets. Did you all consider any other streets, thoroughfares in West Hollywood as you present this to us? Or is it just putting forward what the council directive was? Specifically, I guess La Cienega has been brought up a ton. Was La Cienega, did you all as staff consider it, or was that always off the table?
We brought forward what the council directive was. I think we're open to bringing additional recommendations from the commission if that's what the commission decides to do.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's all commercial too. And speaking of zoning for one specific business, this is a question for legal. As the red line language is put in front of us right now, it just says commercially zoned. There's a number of specific plans in the city that also rest on these thoroughfares. Movie Town, PDC, Center, 8899. I guess that preschool isn't on either thoroughfare. But if the language, this is me putting on my old hat as a lawyer, I don't really wear anymore, but if it says commercially zoned, do specific plans, would they be eligible? And my question then would, if the answer to that is no, can we just say non-residential rather than commercial? Is it? It's like a few.
In our ordinance, anything that isn't specifically called out in the specific plan defaults to the zoning ordinance. So I think that it would, and the specific plans that are along.
So like let's take Movie Town, for example.
Correct. I think that is considered a commercial zoning district.
It's a commercial zoning district with a Movie Town overlay.
Yes.
Or an overlay called Movie Town. Okay. Those are my questions.
Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One of them is sort of building on what other commissioners have asked about, and that's like this relationship between the billboard and the amount of affordable housing. One, I think that it could be a little convoluted to try to negotiate each and every project. Like there's this idea, right? We have this like limited area. We've got Santa Monica, we've got Fairfax and La Brea so far. Perhaps other corridors could be added. But out of those properties that would be appropriate for the implementation of this zone text amendment, you would need, you assume like a handful of projects, maybe Santa Monica Boulevard obviously has the most potential for application just by sheer number of properties. But what I'm getting at is that I think the more convoluted it becomes implementation-wise, the more it reduces the likelihood that any one developer is going to try to implement it, mostly because money markets hate risk. And I think it would be hard to plan out a project if you don't know how many units need to be affordable, what level of affordability, and what kind of associated revenue you could plan on from a billboard. I'm wondering if staff has considered something like what we have right now in the code in terms of inclusionary zoning, which is like something that's like 1 to 10 units has 1 unit. Like if there could be like a scale or a gradient that is like proportional to the type of billboard project being proposed, but maybe add some predictability to the process.
I think that is something that we could certainly look into as part of kind of a follow-up of this process, perhaps, in that I think that would require some feasibility studies. We'd want to really make sure that we're calibrating it so that it's useful. Again, like you mentioned, because there's such a long corridor there that has sort of very different parameters. So yes, that's something that we could look into. I think it would be additional council direction.
Okay. One other question. Is there currently a place online where the public can see the amount of money in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, what's been expended, and like perhaps the amount of anticipated revenue over the next fiscal year or something like that? I looked for it and I didn't find anything. That's why I'm asking.
I don't have a good answer for that. I'm not sure, but I know that the budget is coming up, and I know that there's, that's really where we surface a lot of these matters, and that may be a good resource. A plug for the study session on May 18th.
Okay. I would love to attend. Okay. And I guess that my other question, I think, was already asked, but just to confirm, we're not considering other corridors right now because it wasn't, that's not part of the current zone text amendment before us because that wasn't part of the council directive?
Correct.
Okay. But something that staff would be willing to consider?
Of course, it could be a part of your recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Commissioner Edwards.
Yeah, it's just out of curiosity. I don't recall, so with the development agreements, are they time limited, or like they're only good for 20 years, 30 years?
Our standard term for SAP projects, I don't know about every other development agreement, but specifically to SAP, the terms are standardized to 30 years.
30 years? And then our curiosity, so what's being proposed for Santa Monica or and maybe La Cienega in the future is that, to say pencils out, you have the development agreement and the project's in place, it can only be used just for that moment to create the housing, or can it also be used for like maintenance and other, to make sure that the standard of the affordable housing is sustained?
Sorry, are you referring to the revenue?
Yeah. Yeah.
So typically with revenue shares, it's split between obviously, what the percentage that the city gets. We have maintenance clauses in our billboard DAs that, require a certain level of maintenance. Something similar could absolutely be.
I mean, because they use that maintenance to maintain the units. Like over time, those units will have, needs, or the building itself will have needs. When it comes to maintenance is generally pretty expensive, right?
Sure.
So I don't know if that's permitted, or does that?
Yeah, I mean, as part of their share of the revenue, if you
They
will,
could do whatever.
they would be able to do. Yeah, we wouldn't, contractually require them to do certain things with their portion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, I believe everybody is.
We would or would not?
We would not contractually require what they would do with their portion of the revenue. We could require them to, perform certain maintenance, provide updates, as you've seen with some of the SAP DAs, similar to the technological upgrade requirements, et cetera. But we, obviously can't dictate what they do with their profit.
So I know that this states Sunset or Santa Monica, Fairfax, and La Brea. So a couple questions on that. Because I know one of the drivers of this is Faring Capital, because they want billboards on their, whatever the fourth or fifth iteration of Robertson Lane is. So the question is, where precisely do these billboards need to be? Because that is a lot that goes down Robertson Lane. So I saw pictures where those billboards were sticking out of the middle of the Robertson Lane parcels, and we're not on Santa Monica Boulevard. So do you envision anything in this ZTA that would constrain the location of the billboards?
So in the ZTA, well, it's not really part of the amendment, but in the current language for sign permits, there are criteria for approval that would, dictate the placement of the signs. There's also the orientation aspect that would be dictated by lighting studies and analysis that would be done. We've restricted it, we could restrict it similarly like we do with proposals under SAP, where we wouldn't allow the billboards to be directly, oriented in the line of sight of a residentially zoned property. So there are several ways that we could restrict it. I'm sorry?
How would you do that? I mean, in Boys Town, everything faces Norma Triangle. How on earth would you, and not to mention, West Hollywood West, how would you not have light trespass on the neighborhoods?
So light trespass and being directly oriented towards residential property aren't one and the same necessarily. But again, if that's a stipulation of our agreements that we negotiate, then that proposal wouldn't be able to move forward as proposed in that hypothetical situation.
Okay. So we have in our general plan, LU 16.7, require new development to be designed to function economically, whether or not off-site signage is placed on the building. So are you proposing to also amend the general plan to get rid of this entire plan section?
I think we need to look at what that specific land use policy is from and get some context, but we can get back to that one.
Okay. So let's talk about 1000 La Brea. Because that building, when it was brought to design review, had, if I recall correctly, 29,000 square feet of billboards. At the time we calculated it, and it was more proposed billboards than exist on all of Sunset Boulevard currently. In short, the entire building is covered in billboards. And by the way, there's nothing creative about those billboards. So I didn't see any language in here about creative billboards.
I want to just caution the commission against speaking about specific projects. We certainly don't want to prejudge anything that hasn't come before the commission already.
But it's a thing.
Correct. That
It's
is
a
not
thing.
part of the language.
It's out there. And it's clearly, they had 7, 9 billboards in the proposal, the current draft. So first question is this going to have the same rubric as the current Sunset Arts and Advertising program regarding art and creativity, or are these just billboards?
The amendment as proposed is not programmatic. So, the requirements, design guidelines, et cetera, that are included in SAP would not be part of this. The amendment is the amendment language before you. If it's the desire to move this into something similar of a more programmatic, policy, that's sort of a different conversation. But as proposed, no, there would not be any creative design requirements.
So these are just billboards.
Correct. I mean, they would still go through, the discretionary approval process.
But they're just big square things. There's not going to be any creative, no design elements, no, okay. I guess that answers my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions before public comment? Let's move to public comment. I believe, Mr. Gillig, we have about 9 public comment this evening, correct?
We now have 10, yes.
Terrific.
Our first public speaker will be Brett Talla, to be followed by Leonard Lancy.
As you come to the mic, please state your name and your city of residence for the record.
Hi, Brett Talla, West Hollywood. I'm the owner of 8550 Santa Monica Boulevard, home to John Reed and the new Air One in West Hollywood. I'm here tonight in support of the Signage Off Sunset program, and specifically to encourage the city to seriously consider an in lieu fee model that directs signage revenue into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I believe the city's proposal for future housing projects is a strong start, but the in lieu fee component could be one of the most impactful parts of this policy. By allowing a limited number of qualified, built-out commercial properties on major corridors to participate through carefully regulated signage, West Hollywood could create a significant new funding source for affordable housing. This matters because revenue directed into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund has the potential to do more than support just one project at a time. It can help fund more housing opportunities across the city and create a broader long-term benefit. As a property owner and a resident who has invested heavily in West Hollywood, I see this as a practical and meaningful way for existing commercial properties to contribute even more to the city's future. With the right standards, clear location requirements, limits on total signs, and thoughtful oversight, an in-lieu fee structure can protect neighborhood character while also helping generate substantial new housing resources. I encourage the Commission to view the in-lieu fee not as an alternative to housing production, but as an additional tool that could significantly expand the overall impact of this program. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker will be Leonard Lanzi, followed by Aaron Green.
Good evening, Commissioner Gregoire and fellow commissioners. My name is Leonard Lanzi. I'm the President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. It's always a pleasure to be here and learning so much about this city. Someone asked me, what are you doing tonight? And it is really incredible to learn about this city from this perspective. I'm dazzled, so thank you for the time that you spend. The West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce strongly supports the proposed text amendment because it represents a creative, balanced approach to addressing two of the city's most important priorities, expanding affordable housing and preserving the cultural and economic vitality that defines West Hollywood. This proposal creates an innovative incentive structure that can help bridge the financial gap that often prevents affordable housing projects from becoming feasible in today's economic climate. Staff correctly recognizes that rising land, labor, financing, and construction costs continue to challenge housing production, and that off-site signage can serve as a meaningful supplemental revenue source to help deliver more deed-restricted affordable units. Equally important, the amendment supports the preservation of West Hollywood's long-standing entertainment venues, businesses, and cultural institutions that contribute significantly to the city's identity, tourism, and physical health. We also appreciate that the ordinance includes thoughtful safeguards, including discretionary development agreement review, lighting studies, compatibility findings, and protections for nearby residential neighborhoods, and I think that's really important. Public input further demonstrates that this program has the potential to generate substantial affordable housing opportunities through innovative partnerships and careful implementation. The Chamber strongly encourages the Commission to consider ways to maximize the amount of affordable housing created, such as allowing for an in-lieu fee sent to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, as others have also suggested. We encourage the Commission to move this amendment forward as a pragmatic tool that advances housing production, supports economic vitality, and preserves the unique character of West Hollywood for future generations. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Aaron Green, followed by Matthew Parvizar.
Good evening, Chair Gregoire, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Green, President of the Africa Consulting Group, resident of Los Angeles. I want to take a moment to talk about who will benefit from this policy should you pass it. Who are the people who would actually get the units that are created? Because we talk a lot about the units, but we don't talk about the people. So the people who are going to get these units, these are going to be the people who work in our hotels. These are going to be the people who work retail in the city, the people who are barbacks or servers or who work in the kitchens behind the scenes that we don't see, who deserve a chance to live in West Hollywood just like they get a chance to work in West Hollywood. These are for the kids who live in Mississippi, Kansas, or Arkansas, who, like many of the city's founders, looked at the city as a beacon, hope, and a safe place where they could come. And it's also for the literally 4,000 people who are still on the city's wait list for an affordable housing unit. That's how many people are on the wait list right now. And so, as I wrote in my letter of March 31st, this program scratches the surface of what it could be. And so I think the real question before you is, if you want to make a difference, what is the difference that you want to make? If you like, and like the idea of maybe helping 50 people under the program, pass what you have before you this evening. But if you want to help 150 people, 250 people, 350 people, it needs to get more creative than what's before you. And there's nothing precluding you from doing that. There's absolutely nothing stopping you from doing that. Allowing signage on certain large parcels in limited circumstances and to have that money go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is the opportunity to use the market as a magnifier to solve to create huge opportunities. It's the difference between $5 million from a sign maybe getting you 6 or 7 or 8 units on a project, or $5 million being the loan guarantee that gets you a 45-unit project, and then another 45-unit project. This is how you take a good policy and make it a transformational policy. And this has been in the works for years. You don't have to rush this. You can do it right. You can do it once and you can do it right. And so I would strongly encourage you to please think holistically about this program. If you're going to do it, what do you want out of it? And based on what you want out of it, what are you going to do? Thank you.
Matthew Barbizar, to be followed by Brandon Zavala.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Matthew Parviziar. I am a West Hollywood resident. I'm also the owner of the building at 8500 Melrose Avenue, which is home to The Real Wolf and Badger and several other great businesses located in the building. I'm here tonight in support of the signage off Sunset program, and I respectfully urge the city to consider policy recommendations that would strengthen the program and help fund additional affordable housing throughout West Hollywood. Most importantly, I encourage the city to consider an in-lieu fee structure that would direct a portion of signage revenue directly into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. By allowing a limited number of eligible, fully developed commercial properties along key corridors to participate, West Hollywood could unlock a meaningful new source of funding for affordable housing while traditional development opportunities remain constrained by economic realities. This program also presents an opportunity for West Hollywood to continue leading with innovative and balanced policymaking, generating public benefit without placing additional strain on residents or taxpayers. I would also encourage the city to include the intersection of La Cienega and Melrose Avenue in this program. That intersection has long been recognized as a gateway into West Hollywood and is especially well suited for this type of policy because of its visibility and commercial character. With the right guardrails, including limiting permits and restricting eligibility to fully built or nearly built sites, the city can maximize the public benefit of this initiative while maintaining thoughtful oversight. Thank you very much for your time.
Brandon Zavala, to be followed by Elizabeth Ennis. You're welcome.
Good evening, Chair Gregoire and members of the Planning Commission. It's good evening. So my name is Brandon Zavala. I'm with the Afriot Consulting Group, Vice President, a housed resident of the City of Los Angeles, and a one-time unhoused resident of the City of Palmdale. I'm here in support of the city's broader effort to use creative, responsible policy tools to produce more affordable housing. West Hollywood has a real housing need, and meeting that need requires an all-of-the-above mentality. That is why we respectfully urge the Commission to include La Cienega Boulevard as part of the project scope this evening. La Cienega is not incidental to this conversation. It is one of the city's major commercial corridors. It connects directly into the heart of West Hollywood, and it includes sites that are well positioned to help bring new housing opportunities online. And if the purpose of this policy is to unlock additional affordable housing through the thoughtful use of off-site signage, then La Cienega should be part of the geography where that tool can be considered. And we also believe that policy should recognize the value of non-residential sites that can be converted or repositioned to create affordable housing. And in a city where land is limited, high costs and urgent housing needs exist, we cannot afford to look at only traditional ground-up development. And so existing commercial and non-residential properties can be important spaces to add housing stock or contribute to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund when they can deliver homes faster and with fewer barriers than new construction. This does not mean that every site should qualify. The city can and should apply strong guardrails, including full review through a development agreement, appropriate lighting protections, clear public benefits, and meaningful housing commitments. But the basic policy principle is sound. When a property can help produce housing, notably affordable housing, And when a digital sign can help make that outcome financially viable, the city should have the flexibility to consider it. So we respectfully ask the commission to recommend that La Cienega Boulevard be included in the project scope and that eligible non-residential sites capable of bringing housing online be part of this all-of-the-above housing strategy. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Elizabeth Hennis, to be followed by Gabby Gurmeze.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Hennis with the AFRIA Consulting Group. I'm a resident of the city of LA. Thank you for your time this evening. I would like to briefly draw the commission's attention to 2 letters that were submitted today on behalf of our region's leading housing advocacy organizations, Abundant Housing LA and also YIMBY Action. These thought-leading organizations made several key recommendations that I think are important for the commission to consider this evening. Both orgs recommend moving forward with the policy this evening, but also encourage the commission to consider how it can achieve more affordable housing out of the program than the current proposal makes possible. Both orgs specifically call for properties on La Cienega to be eligible to participate in the program. And I want to read a brief excerpt from the Abundant Housing letter specifically. This reads, expand the program to allow billboards at more sites, including adaptive reuse projects. Not every development is a new build, and we encourage the commission to allow billboards at the site of adaptive reuse projects that include affordable housing, such as motel conversions to permanent supportive housing. Additionally, there may be opportunities to expand program eligibility to commercial sites, but it is imperative that only parcels with low probability of redevelopment for housing be eligible. We suggest only very large commercial parcels that are built to a scale close to what is allowed under current zoning be eligible. These projects would pay a fee into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration tonight.
Thank you. Gabby Gurmeze, to be followed by Austin Maru.
Good evening, Chair Guagua and members of the Commission. My name is Gabby Gurmeze, resident of West Hollywood and Development Director at Orange Barrel Media, the city's largest partner in its off-site signage program. Through our many partnerships with the city, OBM delivers more than $5 million per year in billboard revenue share to the city, and over the next 4 years, that is projected to increase beyond $10 million per year. This funding pays for many of the city's vital social services, infrastructure, and other programs, which benefits West Hollywood's residents, its businesses, and visitors. We are grateful to the city for its ongoing support of collaborative public-private partnerships. The program before you this evening, focused on providing below-market housing, is an excellent and thoughtful way to leverage the significant economic resources of the sign industry to fund potentially hundreds of units of below-market rate housing. Orange Barrel Media supports the proposed policy before you this evening, and we hope that you will consider some of the thoughtful proposals that have been offered by others, including those outlined in the letter submitted by the AFRIA Consulting Group. In the newly proposed section of the ordinance, Section G, Housing Development Projects, it proposes that signs may be part of new housing projects without providing a definition of new. We believe that having a definition of new would be beneficial to provide clarity under the ordinance and would suggest that a new housing project be defined as a project that receives its certificate of occupancy after January 1st, 2027. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Austin Moreau, to be followed by DJ Moore.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for having me. My name is Austin Moreau. I want to speak in support of the proposal. I think having the opportunity to allow businesses to have a more steady stream of income while supporting affordable housing is invaluable. A town that Commissioner Hoopengarner said it was a city that's dying, essentially. So giving them any opportunity to make more money, bring in more customers, we can't beat it. Don't think there's anything else to say. Thank you.
DJ Moore, to be followed by our last speaker, David Eckert.
Good evening, Chair Gregoire, Commissioners, DJ Moore, Paul Hastings, resident of Los Angeles. I'm here tonight actually speaking for the Center for Early Education. As many of you know, the center is an independent co-ed day school located at the intersection of La Cienega and Melrose. The center is proud to have been a West Hollywood resident or proud to be part of the West Hollywood community for decades, as you know. Tonight's zone text amendment presents a really important and unique opportunity, as many of the speakers have noted, to consider more broadly how new off-site signage on commercial corridors in the city beyond Sunset can achieve our shared goals, including the development of more affordable housing and providing better economic certainty for long-standing institutions in the city. New off-site signage does not need to be limited to being located on housing projects to serve these key community priorities. The Planning Commission and staff should also examine the potential for new off-site signage on existing institutional uses like schools along commercial corridors. Signage revenue from those institutional uses through in lieu fees, as suggested by other speakers, can support new affordable housing through contributions to the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund, as was suggested, as I understand, at the Long Range Planning Subcommittee, and simultaneously further other goals, including increasing access to quality education in the city through scholarships, financial aid, and other potential benefits. As you consider changing existing city policy and expanding signage rights, the center respectfully requests that you consider both housing and educational opportunities as part of this zone text amendment to maximize the potential for existing and future city residents and their children. We also ask, as other speakers noted, that La Cienega be included as one of the important commercial corridors that would be subject to this zone text amendment. Thank you for your time this evening.
David Eckert, to be followed by then our last public speaker will be Anelia Gasson.
Good evening once again, David Eckert, City of Los Angeles. I just have to say, I think this whole policy is just nothing more than a grab for billboard and developers to make more profit. If we want to make this really work for affordable housing, then listen, let them build them onto the buildings. Once they're paid off for what the company put into it and a minimal fee, then all that extra money that is profitable goes directly to affordable housing in those buildings for more units that can be supplemented by the billboard usage. I don't hear anything other than we want more billboards. You know, I always grew up that Santa Monica Boulevard had limited billboards because we did not want it to turn into Times Square. We wanted, again, greenery. Again, I go with that idea of horizontal living. I don't want any more blight. And every compromise is about public. You know, we're the ones that have to keep looking at these billboards. Again, a billboard is nothing more than an advertisement. That's what it is. I rip them out of the magazines because I don't want to see them. I turn my TV when an advertisement comes on. I don't need any more blight. And I think it is really appalling that our city is falling into this category that a billboard will save us into providing more affordable housing. Let's stop tying everything for a developer that always cries like, I can't build this, and hold their feet to the fire and say, then come to us with something that you can build, rather than what we can't build unless we give you concession upon concession upon concession. You know, public, enhancements that we keep hearing on Sunset Boulevard, that they're helping everybody. I don't see anything in this policy that's doing that. I really don't. And I would love for the city or someone to really say how that money really is going for all of this. Because I'm telling you, it's not going to speed it up. And again, I go with Lynn Hoopengartner, and I mentioned in my letter, this has everything to do with Robertson Lane's new policy because they had promoted having a billboard on their property. That is the bottom line what this is. Let's call a spade a spade. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Anita Goswami.
Anita Goswami, resident of West Hollywood. A couple of things on the CTA. I think it's too broad in scope. It opens up many cans of worms, not just one. I think we need to keep housing and billboards separate because housing is complicated enough without adding billboards into the mix. I understand the city is looking for additional revenue sources. From the budget subcommittee the other day, billboard revenue is 29% for the next 2 years. We'll learn more about it in the budget study session. There's a lot, the session on the 18th should be really enlightening. But digital billboards on other streets takes away from the uniqueness of the Sunset Strip. Digital billboards everywhere makes them every day. They're no longer special to look at. Less special implies less revenue. So think about that as well too. Not creating public nuisance. What I've heard and observed here is that public nuisance is effectively ignored. There are negative impacts to quality of life as Sunset area residents have presented here before to this commission. And I see this proposed ZTA as another attempt to codify light pollution and visual pollution in the city. Development agreements show up here in this commission as a done deal. So there's significant issues in the contract language as well as the deal terms, yet these agreements are approved. And again, they show up here as a done deal. They don't show up early enough to have any kind of real input or concern about them. I urge the Commission to send this proposed ZTA back and instead consider keeping the funding for housing separate from billboards, okay? Both issues are complex. And again, there's a larger budget discussion that will be held at the study session on the 18th. Find another mechanism to enable local small businesses to add signage. Maybe it's not large, digital signage, but maybe there's something else that they can do. Because we need to encourage signage that makes sense. Local businesses need all the help that they can get. We need to do that, but not a ZTA that is this broad and not a ZTA that is an excuse for more development that will then come in as our hands are tied, we have to pass it. So again, I just ask that you send this back. You've heard a lot of good comment. Please consider that. Consider enabling small businesses to have additional signage, but again, not the full package, separates two items. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Chair, that is our last public speaker. I do have one citizen's position slip to read into the record. This is from Sam Borelli, West Hollywood, and he is in support of staff's recommendation.
Great. Thank you all for your public comment, both here in chambers and the written comment we received and the position statement. So I'll close the public comment portion of the hearing, and I will open up the floor to commissioner discussion of the proposed ZTA. Who would like to begin? Commissioner Hubinger.
I understand the impetus for this. And clearly, the revenue that we've already negotiated on our Sunset Boulevard billboards is very dazzling and very enticing. And I can see, especially given the current state of things, the attractiveness of these additional billboards. And the tying of it to the housing seems like it might be a good way to increase housing. But if you did a count of the speakers here, how many actually talked about housing? Virtually none of them. They all wanted more billboards on La Cienega, or Melrose, or schools, or all kinds of places to do more billboards. Yeah, we'll pay an in-lieu fee, but it was all about the billboards. It was all about the revenue from the billboards, and it was not about building new housing. In addition, this is, it really not just strips the economic value of our billboards on Sunset, but it strips the artistic value of our billboards on Sunset. By creating this generic category on all of our other streets, it takes away any uniqueness that we have as a city. And I was discussing earlier with Commissioner Caballero about, I saw on the old interwebs, New York City has a lot of billboards. They have them in Times Square. What do? At midnight, every night, there's a giant party in Times Square for the art show. Because that's when they show their art. And everybody comes to New York City Times Square and sits out in the plaza and buys food in all the restaurants and shops in all the stores, and it is an event. And what do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We keep calling ourselves the creative city, but we have a screaming lack of creativity. And I appreciate very much the intent of this item, but I do not think it is in any way fully baked. I think that the sheer, you could hear it, you can feel it in the room, the salivating at the idea of new billboards leads me to believe that the open-endedness of this language is just a nightmare waiting to happen. And I do not think that this is fully baked. I think there's a lot of merit. I think a lot of the speakers brought up interesting ideas that are not included in this. So my suggestion is that this goes back to the drawing board for a really serious rethink about the arts component, about where and when, and exactly how. Because I think it's too open-ended, it's too generic, and lacks all creativity. Those are my thoughts.
Would like to go next? Commissioner Solomon?
Oh, sure. So, if I had to sum up my feelings in 2 words, it would be yes and. And it's the and part of it that I think is the real thrust of what's in front of us. And I guess I'll get to a question to staff in a second, but I do think that, look, this is a real economic engine for this town that can transform it. I mean, you heard one company is literally contributes $5 million a year into our general revenue, that will be $10 million. It is a real chance for when that money is dedicated solely to housing, whether that's housing that is built on site or housing that is paid an in lieu fee, it is a real chance for us to transform this town and make it easier to live here. I mean, I was just on the HCD dashboard looking at our annual progress reports. We are failing. I mean, 3,900 units, and I think we are 50% of the way through the cycle, and we're at 500 units. I mean, and that is what this is. It's a solution to try and make us come closer to achieving and obtaining those numbers. But the reality on the ground is that current economic conditions and our current inclusionary requirements, frankly, don't make it attractive for people to build here. To Commissioner Harris's point that she raised earlier, I mean, for whatever reason, we've decided in this country that public dollars aren't used to provide housing. We must rely upon the private marketplace to do so. It is a public good. It is something that we all need, and the more of it is, the more options that are available to us, the easier it is for us to live. So we won't build it ourselves. We have to create attractive policies to do so. So yes, and I am in support of this. I'm in support of an in lieu fee. I realize that some consider billboards, signage in general, to be a nuisance, but I mean, as I ride up and down Santa Monica Boulevard every day with my kid on the back seat, we look up, I mean, our skies are littered with signage on Santa Monica Boulevard. When you leave this meeting and you drive home, look how many billboards you'll see when you go home. We have signs all over Santa Monica Boulevard. We don't make any money off of them. We don't house any people off of them. And to convert that program into something where we can affect people's future, I think is really meaningful. As it relates to some of the small changes, I mean, it's a question to staff about whether or not we pass a very small policy tonight with the idea of we can go bigger with this with further direction from council, or if it is like, let's let this pie bake longer in the oven. But as it relates to small changes tonight, I think La Cienega should absolutely be included. If you look at the streets that are listed to us, if you look at the zoning map, in the color, like Fairfax doesn't make any sense as compared to La Cienega. It's only a block south of Melrose, and the entire thing is pink. The entire thing is commercial. So I don't understand why we would include Fairfax and not include La Cienega. And then my real fear is that, once a building gets a billboard, it's frozen in time. It's not going to change. It has a huge revenue source, making millions on the. So I would want to have some sort of guardrail, and I appreciate very much that there is wide discretion in the negotiations. I think that is important to leave that the ordinance should be broad enough to give staff the ability to negotiate, because each and every one of these are bespoke. But I would want some sort of statement saying that we do very much want these to go to large built-out properties rather than every single one-story, 5,000 square foot parcel in town comes to your door asking for a billboard application. So, I'll let everyone else weigh in to see where we're going to go. But I guess this is the question to staff is, can you speak to the urgency about passing a policy tonight versus having a larger conversation about some of the additional resources and scope that have been raised? I couldn't hear you, but this is for them.
Okay, so I think that it would be, we would like to take this forward to the City Council with a recommendation from the Planning Commission on this item, whether it's up or down. Definitely would encourage the Planning Commission to go ahead and explore what else could be included in that recommendation if there are expansions to this policy that would be appropriate for the council to direct us to include, or to do a second phase or an addendum sort of to the policy later on, but still moving this forward as part of the council direction.
Then I'll just say, as it relates to council direction for what is in front of us now, I very much think that La Cienega should be included, and that there should be some sort of statement about making sure that it is on buildings that have reached a near maximum of whatever the height and density would be for that project. I don't know that it has to be exact prescriptive percentage language, but a statement about it just to help you in your negotiations, frankly. And then I guess the third thing is that I would want to give direction to council to give direction to us to continue to study the scope.
Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Commissioner Caballero.
Thank you, Commissioner Solomon. I think there's a really great idea, there are several great ideas in the statements that you made, but I think with the sunset plan, the sites were identified first, and then people were allowed to, I wasn't part of that process, so I'm not quite sure how you identified it, but one of the comments made by public speakers, like the fact, and something that I support, that Santa Monica Boulevard should remain different from Sunset Boulevard and what's happening with the Sunset Art and Advertising program. But Commissioner Solomon brings up a great idea. I mean, an interesting point is that there are a lot of billboards already on Santa Monica Boulevard. So could we do a study that identifies those locations and the possibility of upgrading those locations and then strategically picking sites along Santa Monica Boulevard or La Cienega? I also don't see it on Fairfax, but and whatever other street that was part of the program, and try to just strategically place those billboards instead of just doing sort of this big open-ended, okay, La Cienega and Fairfax and whatever other street that we're thinking of has the opportunity to have billboards, and then it just all becomes one big sea of billboards. What I think is working for us right now is that Sunset has a very specific characteristic that's different from Santa Monica, that's different from Melrose, and in the 1.9 square miles that we have to work with, those differentiations are really nice. You know, it's like it gives us different scales, it gives us different opportunities to experience our city in a different manner, and I would hate to see it all become the same. And I know that the existing buildings would remain, but the addition of billboards, which visually makes everything look so much more dense, would just fundamentally change the characteristic of that street. So I would be in support of, I'm in support of sending this back to study, to identify the sites that already have billboards, strategically, like look at the Troubadour and look at other sites in the area that we could incorporate successfully additional billboards. And like one of the public speakers mentioned the school at the corner of La Cienega and Melrose, and that, I mean, it's a really great building. And I think, okay, how would you integrate a billboard into that location? Yeah, we could put a sign on a stick, but it would really want to be integrated into the architecture, which, do we want that shift? I don't know. I don't respond positively to that just because, there's already an art installation there, and that in the clock on the corner, there's a lot already happening with that building. It's really beautiful. So it's just a long-winded way of saying there needs to be careful consideration as to how the billboard is applied at that location, if that location was chosen as part of the overall study.
Commissioner Harris.
Yes, thank you. A few things. One, yeah, I agree with other commissioners who've said that this is a really good start. I think there's some good ingredients here, but I think that there are some other considerations that are needed to make this a really great policy. I think what we have in West Hollywood in terms of the value of billboards as a revenue generator is something that's really unique. I guess what we're trying to thread the needle here on all of the commissioners that I've heard speak is how we retain that uniqueness while also being able to take full advantage of it for something that is a benefit to everyone, and especially people who need affordable housing, which is, I guess, I'm biased if I think that that's most of us. So one, I want to address the suggestion that came up a few times of an in lieu contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I think that's a fine idea, and I like the idea, but I think, like other parts of the policy that I asked about earlier, I think it needs to have a really good amount of transparency. I think that, like, if members of the public are going to be accepting, more billboards, if other commercial billboard operators are going to be accepting that there's more billboards, then it needs to be clear to everyone, like, what that benefit is. I know typically in the development agreements that are brought forward for the Sunset billboards, there's like a revenue generation that's anticipated from the project year over year for the city. There's like there's a spreadsheet that's usually included. I would love to see something like that associated with these billboards. It's like, we're gonna, we have a minimum percentage and this is how much is gonna be generated. I think maybe this is a little harder to pin down, but also like how many affordable units we would expect to be funded by each billboard project. Like, I think that kind of transparency would really benefit the policy if it's going to integrate an in lieu fund, an in lieu fee. And then, beyond the individual project, I think having a dashboard where the public can see, and I mean, I hate to make more work for staff and more work for the city, but I think, you know, that's kind of what comes with the creating a zone text amendment like this. And again, if we're going to integrate a mechanism for businesses that aren't building housing directly, that aren't building affordable housing directly, then I think it just needs to be really really transparent for the public and for developers what exactly it is that they're committing to, and what we're getting out of it. You know, this might be controversial, but we don't have a ton of arterial corridors in the city. I don't know exactly the amount of mileage of arterial corridors that we have. Certainly Santa Monica is our longest. But I'm hearing like other suggestions of other streets that could be integrated, and I wonder if there is a way that we could balance, again, the uniqueness, but also try to get as much out of it as we can in terms of affordable housing benefit. As I see it, I think we have, in terms of arterial roads that go through the city of West Hollywood proper, we have Sunset, we have Santa Monica, Melrose, La Cienega, San Vicente, Robertson, Doheny, Crescent Heights, and Beverly, and La Brea, right, which is in the policy. I wonder if there is if there's any appetite from other commissioners to have like some very limiting criteria, but to open up the possibility of, like, say, applying it to arterials through the city. That way, you know, we maximize our benefit for affordable housing projects. We hold their feet to the fire in terms of the amount of units, and, you know, this is sort of alluding to what I asked earlier, but if there's a way, I think that we could get some predictability in terms of like how many units or the percent of units, just like the amount of predictability we'd want for an in lieu fee. And then, yeah, having sites that are a certain size, that are a certain amount built out, having a sort of saturation tied to each arterial that is directly correlated with the length of that arterial or the number of eligible sites or something like that. So for instance, we might say on Santa Monica Boulevard, we don't want to see any more than 10 of these. We don't have very much of Melrose or Beverly in the city, so we might limit it even further on those given the shortness of those arterial roads. Yeah, I think there were some good suggestions that were heard tonight. I think that looking at this as a good start to something that could be really fleshed out. As I've said in the past, you know, I'm a policy person. I became an urban planner in the first place because I care a lot about housing. I care a lot about affordable housing. I'm not ashamed to say that that's like kind of that's my focus. I don't have as much of a keen eye for design, and so I rely on my other commissioners for that. But maybe part of threading this needle between the uniqueness, maintaining uniqueness, and also taking advantage of that uniqueness that we have to offer is a set of design guidelines or something maybe loosely tied to each arterial that, again, just gives us a sense of predictability about what we can expect, what we might get from different projects, depending on where they're proposed and what's being proposed.
Commissioner Edwards.
I just wanted to say to my fellow commissioners, this has been a heck of a conversation and quite enlightening, and I appreciate everything that everybody has said. What I think I will add to is I have a couple questions for staff. The first question I wasn't clear about and just popped in my head is, would this be, in theory, applicable to adaptive reuse? Meaning that if you're taking something that's commercial and you're turning it into housing.
I think at this point, the language says new construction, but we
okay.
can, I think, you know, as we talked about, the intent was to allow this to be applicable to projects that are already underway or under construction, so we can definitely tweak that language. It can be adaptive reuse, it can include existing projects that provide additional housing, and we can open that up a little bit. I think that's a pretty easy change to make before it goes to the next level.
Oh, and also I just want to be very clear and very public. I'm supporting the idea of moving this forward with all the insights that have been provided here at the dais. I do want to, for my own edification, maybe the edification of many in the audience, is like what I'm not clear about, and I forgot to ask this earlier, is that with in lieu fees, is that just a one-time fee, or is that something that's over the life of the agreement?
Typically, an in lieu fee is a one-time payment. So, yeah, a revenue share would be sort of an alternative in lieu fee, but generally, an in lieu fee is a single payment that's made, you know, out of post-approval, et cetera, however it's determined.
Okay. I mean, I like the idea of revenue sharing to keep feeding the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I think those are my two questions. I align with what's been said up here on the dais about expanding the arterials. I like the idea of maybe it's not going to be programmatic when it comes to creativity, but is there a way that we can create some kind of incentive structure to capture the uniqueness of each arterial? Is what I'm understanding, because I do want us to maintain our tradition of being a creative city. And so is there a way to do that that meets the needs of City Council and what we're trying to achieve with creating affordable housing, but we don't want just any old kind of signage? And then I also want to, from my perspective, correct the record that many of the speakers who came before us did speak to housing and did speak to people, because that was critical for my ear, is to what we can do to create, as I said before, we were created as a city for the express purpose of creating safe spaces for those with the greatest need. So the question from my perspective, and why I'm up here, is what can we do creatively to incentivize that a trans kid coming out of foster care can live here? And that's how I look at it. So thank you.
Thank you. I think everybody's had a chance to speak, except for me. I support staff's recommendation as a good start, right? But I think I'm with a lot of my fellow commissioners, and I actually think the city should do a little bit. I think we need to expand what we're doing at this point. Look, we've seen up on Sunset that these billboards are incredibly valuable. They bring in a tremendous amount of revenue for a property owner. And the city has been getting a huge revenue share up on Sunset. And the city's making very good use of the money it gets from those billboards up on Sunset. I can't help but think that having new modern billboards on Santa Monica Boulevard, La Cienega, Fairfax, La Brea are going to be extraordinarily valuable, going to bring in incredible amounts of revenue to the property owner. And I think the city and its residents need to benefit by that. I'm definitely in favor of a ZTA that will do that. I do support, I think it makes sense to support the expansion of the program to La Cienega, in particular La Cienega and Melrose. Seems to me wherever existing billboards exist, we should be open to this if it's going to be of benefit and value to the city. But certainly La Cienega makes sense to me. I actually also, we have abundant housing LA, we have it's that other advocacy organization, YIMBY Action, that seem to be in favor of expanding the program to allow billboards be built on already built out existing commercial properties, so that money, we may not get new affordable units built on those properties, but we can get that money, we can collect money and put it into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And also the city should get a revenue share on it as well. So it seems to me, I don't know if there's support on the commission, but it seems to me that we should probably move this forward to the city council without a recommendation on the draft CTA, but a recommendation that they direct staff to go back and rework the ZTA and expand the Good Start and expand the program to La Cienega, and also expand it in a way that would allow existing commercial properties perhaps to put up billboards that will generate a revenue share for the city over a period of many, many years, and also generate one-time in lieu payments, type payments to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So that's my thought, and I am hoping to hear my fellow commissioners' reaction to it. Commissioner Hubengar.
I just wanted to add a couple of things. One is back to this in lieu fee. I think it's really important we get clarity around that, because a one-time in lieu fee is going to be very limiting in terms of money going into our housing fund. Because a new billboard on whatever building, especially what you're talking about, these are for people not providing housing, right? So if people want a new billboard on the Air One building or whatever, a one-time in lieu fee is going to be extremely limiting. They are not going to be able to afford a big ticket in lieu fee on day one. The only way that pencils is with the revenue stream. So I think that's a non-starter. An in lieu fee generated on an annual basis to go into the housing fund, that's a different conversation. But a one-time in lieu fee, I think, is an absolute non-starter. I think it's extremely limiting. The owners are not going to be able to afford it. It's going to bring us next to nothing in revenue. And I think these are precisely the kinds of things that we should have really fleshed out before we go back to council, because I think it's a waste of time to say, yeah, we think we've talked about a bunch of good stuff, and then have it go to council and say, talk about some more good stuff. It really needs to go back to staff to talk about all the good stuff we just talked about. So, and I think this in lieu fee concept is interesting. The public brought it up. It was not part of staff's comments. And, obviously there's interest that a number of projects want to discuss it. I think, at the same time we should be discussing Commissioner Carvalho's point about where exactly and what spacing do we want these and how frequently, so we don't end up with, 5 billboards next to each other and then nothing and whatever. So I think a lot more thinking needs to go into this. I think we've got some good groundwork in the existing staff report, but clearly from what the public is saying, what the business community is saying, what we've said, there are a lot of things that need to be fleshed out. One is the whole concept of the in lieu fee, and that whole concept, other buildings on, being incorporated to provide, a billboard with funding that would go into a housing fund. Interesting idea, not on the table. I think it's not appropriate to just send that back to council and say, have at it again. I think staff is fully capable of saying, oh, okay, well, let's talk about this. So that's one whole concept. The new billboards on existing built infrastructure, and then the related fee structure. Then there's, you know, exactly where. And I think that a conversation needs to be had with people who really understand the economics of billboards, because at a certain point, you do start cannibalizing your income. And I have heard this from certain existing billboard owners, you know? And to the extent that the existing billboards start having their income, you know, decline, well then that jeopardizes our existing inventory. And is that really feasible? So we need to have a really clear understanding of the economics of this. And back to Commissioner Harris made a very good point about, you know, back to the original proposal, which is having billboards on new affordable housing buildings, okay? Well, great, but she's right. If we add this to the code, their first question is, what does that mean? Because I'm going to start coming up with the design, and I'm going to start coming up with a proposal. I'm not going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a design if I don't have any idea what my parameters are, what my minimums are. That I've got to have a minimum of, you know, our code current 20% affordable housing, or 30 or 40 or whatever that minimum is. So then I go, okay, well now it pencils. If I get X billboard, then it pencils. And I think having those guidelines without hamstringing people would be useful to a business person. I mean, this is what I do for a living. I mean, just creating a big open vacuum, I think, it leaves staff at risk of being, you know, making decisions that we then later go, wait a minute, what were you thinking? And at the same time, doesn't give good direction to the public and to developers. And finally, I just want us to really think hard about, you know, because we are Planning Commission, we're all about housing, housing, housing all the time. But we are about the community. And this community, we need to be thinking about things holistically. And that is quality of life. And, you know, for every billboard you build, you've got to buy 50 street trees, you know, or I don't know, I'm just making things up, but we've got to start thinking in more dimensions. We're playing checkers, and the developers are playing three-dimensional chess with our code, and the state is, you know? And so we've got to be more creative about who are we and what do we want? And so one of the things I said the other day to one of our neighbors is, one of our really defining unique features is our view of the Santa Monica Mountains. Think about it. When you drive from the ocean down Sunset Boulevard, you don't see the Santa Monica Mountains until you hit Dehaney. You really don't see the mountains. And you hit Dehaney, all of a sudden you've got a view of the hills. And pretty much as soon as you leave West Hollywood, you lose the sight of the hills again as you go down Sunset Boulevard. So that's one of our unique and defining features. Well, if we put up huge high-rises and billboards and block all of that, that's one of our unique characteristics gone, and that's gone. So we need to think about these things in more dimensions than one or two. And having these little piecemeal bits and bobs, I think, is not serving us well. And I think a lot of good ideas were surfaced tonight, and I think, you know, staff has, I think, heard all of those, and I think they're capable of coming back and really thinking this through and crafting something that would really achieve some of the goals we're talking about, but without just sitting here going, oh, here bits and bobs, and go to council with it. I don't think we're ready at all. And my recommendation would be to send this back to staff, to incorporate a lot of what we discussed tonight, and maybe we want to take a straw vote about how many of you say expand to all the streets or 2 more streets, or maybe we want to have that conversation yet tonight or not, and just leave it to staff to come back and then we discuss it. I'm open to conversation.
So before I turn to Commissioner Solomon, my understanding is this commission doesn't really have the power to direct staff on this. This draft ZTA was in response to direction from council. My sense is that what I don't hear support for recommending the draft CTA this evening, so staff can respond to what I'm saying, but my sense is that perhaps what we would do is have staff go back to council saying there was, the commission wasn't prepared to make a recommendation.
If I may, Chair, I mean, Jennifer had to tell and showed her poker hand earlier in that this is going to be presented to council next month, regardless of whether or not we vote for it. Why? That is the council direction that was given to them.
Yeah, no, I think I was kind of getting to that. I'm assuming that staff is going to bring it forward.
Jennifer?
My thought is that they take back what we've said tonight and say, Planning Commission was recommending that the council consider some of the ideas that were aired here tonight and perhaps provide new direction for staff to perhaps explore whatever of those ideas they would deem appropriate.
I think, yeah, and I'm sorry if I misspoke. I didn't mean to imply that this was going no matter what, and you guys can't say anything about it. I think what I was expressing is that our preference from staff is to move this item one way or the other to council. So if the commission does not support this item, don't support the item. If you do support the item, support the item. If you would like to do, like Commissioner Solomon said, and say a yes and, that's perfectly acceptable as well. Say this works for now. We also recommend that council direct staff to flesh out additional ideas. We heard a lot of ideas. There are going to be a lot of ideas. I think it's an infinite amount of things that we can think of that would be amazing to include in a program, depending on your point of view. I think it's difficult to narrow that down when we don't have that direction from council into what we're going to include in a study. And it would be an extensive study. It would be an extensive item to come up with a policy and a program that is more fleshed out. So I think the idea would be to create this path for projects that are, considering this option. And then, as we go forward, we can we can expand it to include other opportunities. We can look into a revenue share trust fund, a city program, something like that. That's a pretty substantial program that we would have to figure out how that worked with so much money coming in certain ways. If we wanted to expand it to include non-residential, I think that's a little bit different than what the direction was. So if there are other ideas of things that could be presented as part of this program, I think that's great. We're definitely willing to look at those. But it would be good to get this path that council asked us to create for projects to move forward with this in order to, again, it's just kind of a more simple approach to using potential for off-site signage revenue to close the gap in feasibility to provide additional on-site housing. And again, it's not intended to fix everything. It's just another tool in the toolbox to help the developers get there, to build the on-site affordable housing, to have more inclusionary buildings that are mixed income and things like that. So again, long-winded answer, but I think our preference would be to have a vote on this ordinance presented with, tweak the applicability or the streets if need be, but any substantial additional program would be something we'd have to go back and study at council direction. I hope that helps.
There is under our code an option to do that, so you can approve the resolution and recommend the ordinance in modified form based on the policy recommendations that you've made here tonight.
So I'm not sure I was hearing support for the draft CTA and moving it forward.
Absolutely not as
That's why I was thinking really what the commission, I think, probably would want the council to do is to consider some of the ideas that were generated here by the public and by the commissioners, and perhaps direct staff to go back and expand the scope of the draft CTA.
I think piecemealing this is just a slippery slope, a nightmare. Not coming up with a solid policy is a disaster. I do not believe in it, so that's...
If I may,
Yes, Commissioner Solomon.
I would like to chart a path forward. I do, look, what excites me about this opportunity for us on the Planning Commission is that we finally get discretion back. I mean, you saw what we just went through in the first hour and a half of this, and what every single project that comes to us is we have no discretion over to do anything. This changes in that there is wide latitude. Commissioner Hooper Gardner, please. We've heard you speak enough. I've been trying to speak for a while on this. I would like to propose a zone text amendment tonight, what is presented to us with minor alterations, and present that to council with then the direction. I don't think it's mutually exclusive to say we can only pass this until it's perfect. What is presented to us now is a small minimum viable product of what it can be. There's some tweaks that I would like to make if we can move forward with something tonight. But ultimately, yes, the goal is to give direction to council, to give direction to us, to study the additional things that have been proposed. But I would vote to move this forward tonight. I would include La Cienega. To Commissioner Edwards' point about conversion or adaptive reuse, so it applies to new construction, projects under construction, or constructed buildings that are being converted into housing, that aren't housing but are being converted into, and then give direction to council, to give direction to us to study the revenue share model.
What about the be able to put billboards up on existing commercial properties? Is that included?
No, I mean, you either have to, so as it's stated now, you either have to be new construction providing housing, or to Commissioner Edwards' point, converting to housing. So while I'm all in favor of this idea, that is an idea for tomorrow. For tonight, it is about building housing or converting housing. But I do want to, I would want to move something forward that says there is going to be a second bite at the apple, or we're asking permission from council to give us a second bite at the apple. But I do want to have a program on the books so that, again, so that we have discretion on projects again.
Although it does seem like a missed opportunity to not explore some of the ideas put forth about in lieu fees, for putting
and I do want to explore
revenue shares, but yeah, it doesn't seem like we should really piecemeal it. It seems like we should recommend to council that they direct staff to expand the scope of the draft CTA.
But as legal already pointed out, these DAs are not going to obviate HA. We're still stuck with HA. Nothing changes. Nothing will change.
Nothing will change about the building, but it's going to be two different approvals that come to us for each one.
Two different approvals.
When you keep saying HA, what do you mean?
Housing Accountability Act.
HAA.
HA. And it will not change. Yes, I said earlier, it refers to as HA, okay? Nothing will change. If we took the building we just looked at tonight and slapped a billboard on the side, we would have the ability to negotiate the DA, but the building, we would have still nothing to say about it.
I mean, the project won't.
We'll still have 12 waivers, we'll still have 2 concessions, we'll still have no trees, we'll still have
nothing. And it won't
nothing.
come online unless the billboard projects come with it. That's the discretion. That's the implied discretion that you get out of it. Yes, the HAA still exists, but practically speaking, it's approving signage for more housing.
It assumes a premise that I don't buy. So I appreciate, agree to disagree, and I think this is not well thought through. There's too many moving parts, and I am very loath to say, oh, but it's important, just housing, 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 let's sign off on a ZTA just because housing. We're not thinking three-dimensionally, and this is a problem, in my opinion.
Commissioner Solomon, do you actually think that the revenue created by this program could help us get out of the RENA issue that we're in right now?
In the 4 years left, we have 3.5 years left for this cycle. No, we're going to fail this cycle, but does it help us hit goals for the next one? Absolutely. No other town can do this. I mean, Santa Monica is just now starting to pick up the unlock the ability of what signage can create, because they've approved it in downtown and on the promenade. We've had this on the books for a while. We've just, like, the money that's made is just goes into general revenue, goes into general revenue. With this, when we tie it to housing, whether it's construction of housing or it is some sort of rev share where it's dedicated towards housing, yeah, I think that we could actually be a shining example of a city that does achieve housing goals.
I like the idea. I'm in total support of the idea. I just, at this point where I stand, where I sit, and all the comments that we hear from the public, and what the pressure that we're under with the state, I just feel like we need to look at our 1.9 square acres holistically and be very careful that we don't just make a shambles of it.
Make it worse. And to be clear, nobody else is meeting the arena either. I mean, we're not the Lone Ranger here. So to put it all on our shoulders is not, you know, yes, we all want to try. We keep trying, but, you know, we also keep approving things and then nothing gets built. So I think Commissioner Caballero's right in the sense that we've got to think about this, you know, spacing out, how, just not willy-nilly, here, oh, here's a project, get some revenue, oh, here's another project, get some revenue. We've got to be more complex in our thinking. I think if we continue to do this stuff off the back of an envelope, we are doomed to fail.
Yeah, I'm going to ask probably a really stupid question, but we're talking about billboards on housing, correct?
Yep.
And I mean, my little experience with billboards on Sunset Boulevard was that housing doesn't want to see any of those lights. They don't want any reflection. So if we're putting billboards on housing and housing in residential areas, how is that going to work? It really makes more sense to mixed use and Santa Monica Boulevard.
I think the 4,000 people on the wait list might beg to differ.
Pardon?
I think the 4,000 people on the wait list might beg to differ. And they have that optionality. No one's forcing them to live there.
We're not even putting in any minimums as to how much affordable housing we're going to require. We're saying to staff, go for it. We're not saying you can build a billboard if you have at least 30% affordable housing, or 40, or whatever the number is. We're just saying, meh.
Yeah, is the developer going to be required to provide the low-income housing that they're required to provide? And then if we give them a billboard, and then we calculate the revenue that's taken from that billboard, and we say, okay, now you need to provide this many more. I mean, I just feel like there needs to be some sort of structure.
I think what's missing from this conversation is the in lieu fee. So I think we're in this categorical trap at this moment by just focusing on that. If an alternative could be the in lieu fee to create that flexibility to start charging.
If I may add,
again,
and understanding, you know, these important points, I think the goal here is to really treat this more as a discussion session, which, you know, is being done, and look for those policy recommendations and specifics that can be inserted into the ordinance so that when council discusses it, they can discuss those policy recommendations that this body has made. Staff can go back, further adjust, and then come back to this body, and then bring it back up to council again.
So in lieu fee only applies to signage on buildings that are not providing on-site housing. So that's not even part of this conversation right now, as proposed, correct?
Yes. So my thought, it doesn't sound like we're going to get consensus here. My sense is that we perhaps make a motion that we're not making a recommendation on the draft CTA, but we're moving forward to council with a recommendation that they look at the various ideas that have been generated here tonight and perhaps direct staff to expand the scope of the draft CTA.
So I think what that would be voting to not support the ordinance as it is, and providing additional recommendation for direction to staff. With the understanding, just so that we're all transparent, with the understanding that that is going to take a substantial amount of time to do that work. And so they would have to direct staff to do the work. Staff would go back and contract with consultants probably to do the feasibility analyses that are required for a different program and so forth. So that, I think, is what I'm hearing. If you don't support the ordinance as it is, and you only want the fully fleshed out version to come forward and be codified, and not codify this one, then you would vote to not support this ordinance and provide additional direction. If you think that there's a middle ground where we can have the path created and then have the direction to go back and create additional parameters or additional programs that work in tandem with what is here already, then you can do that as well. So I think that's what we're looking for is direction specifically on this ordinance and then additional direction.
So could the motion be to not approve staff's recommendation on the draft CTA, but could staff prepare essentially a summary of the ideas that were basically brainstormed here today through commissioner comment, written public comment, and present that to council as ideas that they might consider in directing staff moving forward, or in approving or not approving the draft CTA.
Right. Yes, we can certainly do that.
I would agree with that motion.
Before we take a vote on the motion, if I can ask a hypothetical question. If there is, hypothetically, if there were a large project in the pipeline that would substantially contribute towards our RENA goals and is providing more inclusionary than that is necessary, and that it would require a legislative change, could that legislative change incorporate off-site signage into it? Or do you need to have this program on the books in order for that hypothetical project to proceed?
Anyone can come with a DA. They did on the Viper Room.
Again, the question's to staff.
Commissioner Hoopengarner is correct that a development agreement provides a development agreement overlay, and we can have different types of standards apply in that area, but it would be extremely helpful for any hypothetical project to have a direction from council as well.
So should I make a motion, try to make a motion here? I guess the motion would be to not recommend the draft ZTA. Not recommend the ZTA, but because the commission felt that the scope of the ZTA should be broadened, explored and broadened as per the ideas brainstormed and generated by the commissioners on the dais and some of the public through their oral and written comments. And that staff would compile a summary of the ideas that were generated and present those to council for their consideration.
Maybe the word you want is refined.
Yeah.
Refined, that's fine.
Broadened and defined.
Broadened and refined.
Broaden and refine the draft CTA.
So we would need
I would second that.
The motion could be to approve the resolution in modified form such that it denies the proposed amendments.
No, it was to reject.
You're just going to reject. Okay.
Staff was suggesting that we would reject it, but we obviously want the council to understand that we support the draft, but believe that it should not move forward unless the scope of the draft CTA is broadened and refined. Is that as per a lot of the ideas generated here this evening?
I wanted to point out that we didn't spend much time talking about the entertainment venue portion of this. I'm not advocating that we do. It's certainly past my bedtime, but I don't know if commissioners have
It
feelings
almost seems
about
like,
that.
it almost seems like
I'm
that could be
fine with
just a standalone yes. You know? It's
As I
like,
said at the very beginning, it's
Yeah.
a standalone item. It
yeah,
shouldn't
we
have
could-
even
we-
been
It's
included
its
to
own
begin
item.
with. It's its
Yeah.
own item. It should
We
have
could
never
approve
been
that
part
one
of
and
it
say
to begin
yes.
with.
Okay.
I
Do
don't
we
know if
wanna
my
make that
motion
part of
makes
our-
sense, but we have a second.
Do we want to make that part of our motion?
Well,
Or-
the motion was to
The problem is it opens the
not
can of
approve,
worms
not-
of digital
not
elsewhere in
recommend
the
the,
city.
Right. So do we want to make part of our motion, like as part of the broadening and refinement, that we also separate out the entertainment venue billboard?
Good
Do we wanna
recommendation.
Make staff capture
I
that?
would second that.
I'm not sure I understand
and-
how that would modify the motion. I think I think staff heard that we supported that aspect. I think we generally supported the draft ZTA, but we felt that it didn't go far enough. It needs to be refined further.
What's the difference between, I mean, I think we're all like, we all want more time with it. So what's the difference between denying the ZTA versus tabling it to come back with the direction?
Well, we
Six of one,
can't, you
half
don't have the
dozen of
power
another.
to direct staff
Yeah,
to
we're
go back
advisory.
and
We
refine.
did it on the streamlining thing.
We do have, I mean, that's our job.
No, technically, as I understand it, we're advisory.
No, we're judicial.
I think as long as the changes are within the parameters of the direction from council, I think we can go back and look at other things. But if we're expanding the direction, that's different. So then we're doing additional work that really isn't what was envisioned in the direction. So if we're talking about including an in lieu fee, if we're talking about including non-residential properties, things like that, I think that goes out of the bounds of what council's direction was.
So in general, you need direction from council in order to take on some of the aspects that we wanted broadened and refined.
Because that will require additional time and cost and staff effort, yes.
So we had a motion and a second. Do we understand the motion?
Can we please have the
Clear as
motion
mud.
repeated into the record?
Okay. I'm not the best maker of motions, but I guess the motion was to not recommend the draft ZTA to council, even though, but indicating to council that there was general support for it as a good start, but that the commission recommends that council consider some of the ideas that have been generated here tonight that staff would summarize, and consider directing staff to broaden and refine the draft ZTA and bring it back to the Planning Commission for consideration.
Okay, can we repeat that back as what we've heard? I just want to make sure that we're capturing this correctly.
May I repeat it and let me know if I have
Yes.
anything wrong? So the motion was to not recommend the draft ZTA to council. Technically, under our code, that is to deny the proposed amendments, but the body is generally in support of the proposed amendments if certain modifications are made to them based on the comments that were made tonight and the policy recommendations made tonight by the Planning Commission, and further recommends that staff summarize those ideas so that the ordinance can be refined and broadened.
Right. We obviously did not have any consensus on any one idea that came to us tonight, but
And ask them to watch our meeting.
But there did appear to be, but the idea is we felt like a lot of these ideas were worthwhile in exploring to perhaps broaden and refine the draft CTA.
Yeah, suggest that they watch it. Suggest that they actually watch this meeting so that they can understand the scope of the recommendations.
They're probably watching this.
So, does staff understand the motion?
I have written The motion was to not recommend the draft CTA to council, but indicate that there is general support and further direct the commission to summarize the ideas generated at this meeting and broaden and refine the draft CTA.
And recommend that council consider broadening and directing staff to broaden and refine the draft CTA in accordance with the ideas generated this evening. The ideas council would have to provide specific direction with respect to whatever ideas on that list they think are worthy exploring.
Okay, so we're going to add the words direct staff. So I'm going to read it back to you now. The motion was to not recommend the draft CTA to council, but indicate that there is general support from the Planning Commission as a whole, but that the commission directs staff to summarize the ideas generated and directs staff to broaden and refine the draft CTA.
Provide the council with a summary of the ideas generated and recommend that they direct staff to consider new direction on ways to broaden and refine the draft CTA.
Okay.
I don't know if I made that better or worse.
I think you did. It's just listen to it and write it down.
Yeah, I think we have it. So I'm going to read it back to you. I think we've got it, but the motion was to not recommend the draft CTA to council, but indicate that there is general support from this planning commission, and further recommend that and direct staff to provide council with a summary of the ideas generated at this meeting and those policy recommendations made by the planning commission, and further direct that staff broaden and refine the draft CTA.
That council
That the
review
council
the list
review
and
the list.
determine which of those things it would like staff to pursue.
I think that's grammatically part of it, yeah.
Okay.
So yes, as Commissioner Hoopengarner clarified, that would be my motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Hoopengarner has seconded it. Any further discussion before we go to a vote? Hearing none, let's go to the vote.
And the motion passes with 6 ayes, and noting Vice Chair Jones is absent on this vote. There is no appeal process. This will be a recommendation going forward to the City Council.
Great. Moving on with the agenda. There's no new or unfinished business, no excluded consent calendar items. Item 14, items from staff, planning manager's update, and subcommittee management.
I can step in for Saima Qureshi, our planning manager, who left before this item. So coming up on Planning Commission, our next meeting will be May 21st in 2 weeks. We will have a new business item on capital improvements for the CIP. It's a general plan consistency finding. And we will have a public hearing for 8760 Shoreham Drive. The next meeting would be June 4th, which is canceled because of the setup for Pride. Moving to subcommittees. Our upcoming subcommittee meetings would be May 14th and May 28th for design review subcommittee meetings. We don't have any items scheduled for design review subcommittee on either of those dates.
Wasn't the 14th already canceled?
Yes. For long-range planning project subcommittee for June 18th, we have discussion items regarding the open space element update. And for Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee, we have 2 items on May 28th. One is 8801 Sunset Boulevard for Supreme, and the other is 8919 Sunset Boulevard for the clearing. And with that, if you have any questions for me, otherwise I am finished.
Any questions?
I'm sorry, just verification. Again, past my bedtime, I want to make sure I captured everything. So June 4th is canceled for long-range planning subcommittee. Or I'm sorry, for commission.
Planning commission,
Yeah.
correct.
May 21st is their long-range planning subcommittee.
We do not have any items at this time for that, so probably not, but we will follow up with a
Okay.
confirmation and a cancellation if
Understood.
that is the case.
Okay. And then June 18th, you did name items for a long-range planning subcommittee.
Correct, the open space element update.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Public comment. Do we have any additional general public comment?
Chair, we have one public comment. Anita Goswami.
Hollywood. I'm very interested in what happens here and what it happens in the city. I want to know more. I love the quarterly update on the major projects. It's good. Specifically, I would like to see the department work plan, especially major planning and policies, which I expect to be seeing at the budget study session on May 18. I would like to see status reporting on that work plan in the consent calendar section that this commission sees each month, because that would be great, because then you'd be seeing, here's the priorities. We all would be seeing it. Here's the priorities, and here's the progress on those priorities. I think that would really help. I would love to see a ZTA work plan that includes the draft ZTAs that are in progress now and what's on schedule for the rest of the year. I saw a status report a while back. I would love to see that. Again, I'm sure it's being maintained on a regular basis. I just would like to see that for visibility so everyone sees it. It's got purpose, drivers, status, and generally when it might be on the Planning Commission calendar. I'm sure it's used as a management tool. Having it available would help transparency. I'd love to see a ZIP update, but I think much of what's in ZIP would actually be on that ZTA status report. RENA units, we are always wanting to know where we are with RENA. I would love to see again every month, here's where we are for RENA units and percent status. Last I heard was 18%, but it would be great to just have that as a regular piece of information, again, in the consent portion, just a general status report each month. I would love to see development project applications and status, the pipeline. We see the major projects, but what else is coming up in the pipeline, including those for the community director hearing, especially as more projects move to a ministerial process. Lastly, updates on state laws. Again, we keep hearing over and over, all of us, that our hands are tied. Well, I ask that the city provide more transparency about the state legislation which it is supporting and what it is challenging. What's on the city's legislative analyst's plate regarding planning in Sacramento, including housing, zoning, parking. All of these things end up coming to this group, and they end up, our hands are tied. So I want to know, let's get ahead of that. And I'm sure you're looking at that anyway. I mean, West Hollywood has a legislative analyst. I'm just saying, let's make some of that more visible so we know what that is. And where some of those things really, where we think they really impact our city, then maybe the rest of us need to go to Sacramento and say, hey, this is what's important for us. We are a different city. This is what we need to thrive. So those are my comments there. Thank you so much.
And Chair, that is our last public speaker.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your public comment. Any items from commissioners? Hearing none. Adjournment. At this time, I will adjourn this meeting to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which will be held on Thursday, May 21st, 2026, beginning at 6:30 p.m. right here in West Hollywood Park Public Meeting Room. The meeting is adjourned. Have a good night, everybody.
The red tape that a city might normally have with public art, because it's a material and an installation process they're already familiar with. And so oftentimes take money that would normally go towards engineering and a lot of red tape and those sorts of things, and that money can go straight into the artwork. I studied a lot about marketing specifically. We're surrounded